Hello, friends. We are okay. Right, when you have two computers, you can get additional sound. We are continuing our work now in program number 37, and we are in the third petal. It's still part of the Hall of Ignorance, and it is a knowledge sacrifice petal. It's a strongly mental petal, and at the same time it leads to those enforced relinquishments and to servitude, which prepare the human being later for the true path of conscious sacrifice and service. Colors orange, yellow, and indigo. And we are in the synthesis of the petals. We're looking at each petal and how it brings together many different energy factors, and we are discussing that at this time. Excuse me. Okay, so we got this far, and we had just finished working on the monadic stage of unfoldment most associated with this petal and some other associated thoughts. Now we are working with that group of souls in the human groups which is most associated with this petal, and I would say the late human group 5 and early human group 6, if there is such a thing. Just take a look at this. Human group 5 is pretty much connected with the lotuses of passion and desire. And it says here, those souls who can now be classed as intelligent human beings, capable of mental application if trained, and showing that they can think when need arises. They are still nevertheless predominantly emotional. And this shows, of course, that we're not really talking about the full unfoldment of petal number 3. They constitute the bulk of modern humanity at this time. They are the average citizens of our modern world. Good, well-intentioned, capable of intense emotional activity, with the feeling nature almost overdeveloped, and oscillating between the life of the senses and that of the mind. So I think I want to just kind of underline this part. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Aha. Right, I see what the problem is. There's too many of these open. So I will just have to let it be. Their lives are spent in an astral turmoil, but they have steadily increasing interludes wherein the mind can momentarily make itself felt, and thus at need effect important decisions. They are the nice, good people who are nevertheless largely controlled by the mass consciousness. It is, after all, the petals having to do with the Hall of Ignorance, right? Because they are relatively unthinking. They can think, but they are relatively unthinking. They can be regimented and standardized with facility by orthodox religion and government, and are the sheep of the human family. So this is sort of two petals open, with work, the object of attention being accomplished or focused upon the third petal, or the object of attention being the third petal. Then we make quite a leap actually here. The souls who think and are minds, they are steadily increasing in number and gaining in power as our educational processes and our scientific discoveries bring results and expand human awareness. They constitute the cream of the human family and are the people who are achieving success in some department of human life. They are writers, artists, thinkers in various fields of human knowledge and aspiration. politicians, religious leaders, scientists, skilled workers, and artisans, and those who, though in the front rank, yet take ideas and propositions and work with them for the ultimate benefit of humanity. They are the world aspirants and those who are beginning to get the ideal of service into their consciousness. So I think there should be, maybe in a way another category here, but let's just say the later, more intelligent part of Group 5 and the earlier, less creative part of Group number 6 may be what we're looking at here. They are still thinking in a relatively outward way. But later, when we actually get into human group 6, we seem to have really creative thinkers in whom the third petal would be completely unfolded and a lot of work being done even in petal number 5. So early group number 6 are those who can think, but not necessarily being creative individuals, creative personalities. They are moving out of the astral turmoil in which group 5 spends its time, and they are separating Kama from Manas. Now that separation of Kama or Manas from Kama is not the same as really being a creative thinker and a successful creative thinker. That is coming a little bit later, but of course the Tibetan is laying these out in simple terms and is not struggling for meticulous completeness. He said there are so many overlapping conditions that he couldn't possibly list them all. In petal 3, we have objectivity, the power to stand back and see things as if they were objects and, should we say, more as they are and not as one's bias inclines one to see them. So that is, when we have Kama Manas, we have bias. And with reduced Kama Manas, we have more truth. So objectivity about the outer world, but not real objectivity about their own inner life. The fifth ray is found here strongly. It gives objectivity, and one is able more and more to keep the emotions out of it. See, this particular petal is interesting in that it is mental. And we have that hint because the primary lotuses, whose major work has to be on petal 2, are already unfolding it. They're a bit out of balance. But at the same time, circumstances will demand sacrifice in this petal. So it's like two different streams as far as I can see. Of course, I call this, petal of lower manas, or lotuses of lower manas, or lotuses of lower mind, or lotuses of manas. I didn't call them the lopads, the lotuses of passion and desire, nor primary lotuses. Of course, these people do have emotions because one is not mentally polarized until midway between the second and third initiation, and even then there are feelings and sentient states, but not emotions that arise upon the stormy seas of life and engulf the swimmer, shut out the sun, and renders all plans futile. That is more a condition in the second petal. By the time we have real mental polarization, we will have a much different emotional condition, which is the result of the planets Venus, Jupiter, and Neptune in the astral body producing the second initiation. So as this petal opens, or, as the process continues in this petal, they are less and less the sheep. and more able to think clearly for themselves. Some in group 5, what does it say? Good, well-intentioned, are moving into petal 3. Well, let's see, petal 3 work. It's always difficult to say when the unfoldment actually occurs. But they have not fully unfolded it. They can think when they are required to. Group 5 of the human groups we can see is quite Kama-manasic, and some are more advanced than others. So some in group 5, I suppose, are learning how to think more carefully than others. The more educated is a lotus of passion and desire, not a lots, but a lotus. The more into the third petal process they are, and more resembling the early, really Aryan approach. To talk about Kama-manas, if I can say here, when speaking of Kama-manas, we are speaking in terms Atlantean, Aryan, because the Kamic emphasis is Atlantean and the Aryan emphasis is mental. The widespread education, which is so strongly emphasizing the fifth ray, is creating, let's just say, Aryans in consciousness. It's always so. It's a tainted word because of the terribly distorted way in which it was used by the Nazis. It simply has to do with modern consciousness, mental consciousness, and eventually the kind of mental consciousness which can receive and recognize the light of the soul and utilize it. The average person, does it say in service, comes into this category. White collar and also industrial, not leading but serving, and that fits in with Virgo. They can think but are primarily directed by those who are integrated personalities. They do mental work and are not just physical work, but are not necessarily leaders. So we have government people, public servants, secretarial functions, firemen, police, and interestingly, they often make sacrifices demanded by circumstance. I'm thinking of the world trade, well, I'm thinking of 9/11, let's put it like that. And all of those who in service gave their lives because of circumstances they could not control. So duty is important here in this Virgo petal. The mental cultivation maybe comes more under the Gemini. We'll talk about that. But Virgo is very much involved with mental cultivation, but it's the practical application in matter of mental cultivation. Their uniqueness is not yet present. Maybe a uniform goes with public servants and they function with uniformity and uniformly. Seeking to blend in with the whole. Some people suggested maybe the air traffic controllers. Of course, people have their personalities, and we cannot say because somebody is in a particular profession that he is necessarily limited in his personality development by that profession, but they're not exactly carving their own way as leaders. We don't expect that when petal 3 unfolds there will be the same kind of personality leaders as we find with the work done in petal number 5. Interesting about seeking to blend in with the whole. I'm thinking about stage of adaptation number 3, where he talks about It's still basically a selfish adaptation, but the person does seek to blend in with the whole for his own benefit. Anyway, service, duty, uniformity, intelligence applied in the services, but not leaders of men, per se. Some lotuses of passion and desire, yes, are more advanced also, and are kama monastic. Well, that's basically what they are. From the moon chain, they are entering this phase. Some from the moon chain are not really yet advanced humanity. They are still, interestingly, lotuses of passion and desire, but will achieve the status of the spiritual path before the end of the 6th root race, or before the 7th begins. So these people coming in from the moon chain, 2/5 of them, they have to become monastic instead of simply kama-monastic. Apparently the 2/5 are more intelligent and would achieve in this 4th round, where 3/5, interestingly, will be set aside. So the 2/5, I would judge, have more Petal 3 development. The mind will take you into the public service sector. And, you know, some of this is repetition. They're known by the job they do. And I think that's a good thing to say. These people with work being done in Petal 3 are known for the job they do, and not so much for themselves in a personality sense. The field of knowledge in which they are engaged is governed by law. There are standards, procedures, things have to be replicated. But Group 6 is different, especially once we really get into the work of Group 6, which I think correlates with the work of Petal 5. We have creative thinkers. That reminds one of Leo, and eventually, the world aspirants. And it seems too high, this Group 6, for only Petal 3 development. For Petal 3, we need those who think, but who are not aspirants, and also creative thinkers. They are not aspirants because they are not dealing directly with the higher of the pairs of opposites. Maybe the beginning of Group 6, those who are minds, are different from the creative thinkers that seem to be discussed a little bit later in the paragraph. They have individually honed skills, and you can't be trained in a conventional way to develop such skills. There's something unique about them as they make their place in the world. That's not, and that's more Petal 5 and beginning in Petal 4. The work of Petal 4. See, you know, this question, when you organize a petal, or when you do those kinds of things in the world which have the effect of organizing a petal, apparently these skills are inbuilt in the petal response. They may not be strengthened yet by the additional conferral of energy from the second logos, or now into Petal 5 by the solar angel, but there's something you can draw upon, and they will show up in your life. And as I was saying, you know, when you look at the one peddlers, people, you know, the Brahmic lotuses, they have a certain kind of life, and it makes one think that if they're working ahead, organizing in Petal 4 and 5, it's not much showing. What is showing is the unfoldment of Petal 6 and maybe Petal 1 and maybe some more intensive organizational work in Petal 2. So in Petal 6, or in Human Group 6, standard training is not making you what you are. It is your individuality. In Petal 5, and with the creative thinkers in Human Group 6, we are playing on our uniqueness. We have emerged from the mass. Maybe the last bit of conditioning mass consciousness is found in relation to Petal 4. After that, a person is more on his own and has entered the solar phase, is not the victim of consensus reality, where it is so because we all agree it is so. So there's kind of a gap here between Human Group 5 and Human Group 6, but I've tried to bridge it by talking about the latter part of Human Group 5 and the early part of Human Group 6. So we do need in relation to Petal number 3 and its fuller development, skilled thinkers who are not necessarily creative as persons. We can call that initial Group 6. They sacrifice themselves. Often, it's interesting how the family business is often a scene of sacrifice, where people are so worried about how things are going, and nobody understands they have to work on Saturdays and Sundays, and it's always on their mind, and they're preserving certain values by doing that. It requires a lot of mentality, but the mentality that they have in a concrete sense is directed towards a task which demands a lot from them. And, people have heart attacks and they get ulcers, and, you see it all the time at a certain stage. They're the slave of their business, or the slave of the restaurant, whatever it is. Who's going to run it if they don't? Slave of their business. So they're not really thinking for themselves. As one of our members said, they're bound up with consensus reality. And the symbolic ways of stating it is they're devoted to the square. Mind is primary, but there's a lot of aspiration here. In other words, dedication to that which one thinks one must do. So, to that which one thinks one must do. So one fulfills one's duty with mind, and that duty can lead to sacrifice, even of the body. Even of the body. Someone was thinking here of American soldiers. Someone mentioned migrants to the U.S. And Australians. I'm not sure how that fits. I don't know if we're really talking about migrant workers per se. But the second generation in immigrant families really has to somehow make good, considering the new requirements and also the origin from which they sprang. These children are encouraged to work very hard in school. They are still fulfilling the system. They are not fulfilling their individuality as begins to happen later. And of course, the whole idea of parental sacrifice in a modern society is here. This is not just parental love. So that my children could have it better than I have had it, I will sacrifice myself. And one of our, I'm seeing all the old faces appear here. This very fine fifth-ray fellow with a deep knowledge of astrology and alchemy and Chinese astrology. Anyway, he's saying we have an important distinction here. These are basically good people who can train their minds but are not of profound mental development. they take knowledge, use knowledge, but they're not doing so much with it in terms of personality expression. The invention in matter is found here, but not the breakthroughs in the higher mind. In other words, Petal 3 is not an Einstein petal. But in terms of working with technical equipment and coming up with innovations along that line, it could very well be. It depends on the rays involved. There's a lot of fifth ray expected of people in this petal, and their third ray too. But it really depends on your particular ray configuration, what you do with it. And that's where the variation will certainly come in. Here it says something interesting. Variation is, rather than penetration. Well, maybe with some inventions, with some technical inventions, there is a kind of penetration regarding technique. I suppose it depends how much this is, yeah. It depends on how far it goes and what the ray type may be, because we're told that the primary lotuses, once they get their work done on the second petal, there's an example of people working retroactively. They're working on a lower petal than one that is already unfolded, but that they will bring through their inventions a wonderful period for humanity, and perhaps make true leisure in which one can cultivate oneself really possible. So there is here third petal ingenuity, but let's just say not abstract thought. A higher type of mind begins to appear in the work of Petal 4, as it tells us when we study on page 822. A higher mind is showing up, but not yet. Okay, well, various comments were made, and they have some importance. What is the stage of adaptation most associated with Petal 3? And we might say it's making the best of circumstances, the selfish adapting, but we should not say that all adaptation in this petal is strictly selfish. From a certain point of view, everything in the Hall of Ignorance and in the knowledge petals is tainted by selfishness, and we're not really going to overcome or strike the first blow against selfishness until the complete unfoldment of the sixth petal, and with work in the scorpionic eighth petal. If we look here, we see what stage this is, but it's not entirely true, because the selfishness, if the second petal is well unfolded, we already have the nice good people, so we would have to modify what is said here in stage of adaptation number 3, a conscious and purely selfish adapting of oneself to the environment. In these cases, the man is definitely aware of his motives. They are consciously thought out and recognized, and the man makes, quote, the best of his circumstances. He forces himself to live as far as possible harmoniously in his surroundings. In this there is really good motive, but principally the man is governed by the desire for comfort, physical, emotional, and mental, which I think fits with the earth signs in general, and with the tier which relates to the physical plane. He's governed by the desire for comfort to such a degree that he will discipline himself into such a condition that he fits wherever he may be and can get on with anyone. Part of that is true for the third petal work. There's another way of approaching the discussion of petals, avoiding the problem of when do they actually unfold. We can talk about development, we can talk about work. And then all of these other phases come in. From this stage on, the differentiations become so numerous that they are difficult to follow. Being mixtures of pure selfishness developed often to the nth degree, of a growing recognition of the group, of an awakening realization of the right of other people. See, when the three petals completely unfold, we do have a growing recognition of the group. He uses the sort of selfish union worker as the example there, saying there is group consciousness, but it does repay one to be group conscious. Of an awakening realization of the right of other people to a similar degree of comfort and harmony. And I think we can probably find that in the fourth petal. The awakening awakening realization of the right of other people to a similar degree of comfort and harmony. It's a Cancerian petal, and it is somewhat protective in that respect. And of a steady effort to adapt conditions of character and personality life so that the purely selfish interests do no real damage to others until we arrive at and the really good man, average really good man, who is struggling to adapt himself to his surroundings, excuse me, to his group relations and responsibilities in such a way that some measure of love can be seen. We can probably find this in petals 4, 5, and 6. And I refer not here to the instinctual love, of the first tier, let's say, for family and children and herd, which men share in common with the animals and which often breaks down when the loved individuals assert themselves. Talk about the instinctual love. Have you seen the elephant society when there is a death? It's really touching. Anyway, in the early petals, the tie of family and children and so forth is not strong enough to hold, and the motive is too selfish to resist the pull. I refer to the motivated love, which recognizes the rights of others and consciously strives to adapt itself to those recognized rights whilst tenaciously holding on to the rights of the personality, and this is still occurring with work being done in petal 6. So, let us all judge of our own development in terms of the balance between working on behalf of others and seeking that they shall have their rights, and tenaciously holding on to our own to live a somewhat selfish life, or at least preserving certain areas of our life which are self-serving. So I think we can see that in the stage 3, making the best of circumstances, and selfish adapting, but we should not say the adaptation of this petal is strictly selfish, because we have already been the lotus of passion and desire, and we have been nice, really good people who are even well-to-do. Well-to-do. That looks like a good one. WTD. Okay. We'll say well-to-do. Because, there has to be intelligence if you're going to be well-to-do. So we cannot, probably the primary lotus is a lot more selfish at first. We might say that the primary lotuses are far more selfish than these, let's say, Lotuses of Manas, Lotuses of Lower Mind, with much work being done in petal 3 and subsequent unfoldment. Because The primary lotuses do not have petal 2 working. And you need this to turn from love of self to love of others, even though it's still quite a material form of love. So if you really want to be rid of selfishness, then some awareness of something higher, let's call it the higher of the pairs of opposites, is necessary. So back to, stage of adaptation number 3 fits in wherever he is, and then there's some of human group 4 is coming in here. Some of, not human group, but stage of adaptation 4 is also entering. When speaking of the civil servant, doing a conformist job, maybe intelligently, but not saying, look at me, here I am. They're identified with their job and not with themselves. Identified with their job and not with themselves. Those who keep things running. I'm thinking about there's the white-collar work. There's a lot of conformity required there, too. So many people's jobs, let's put it like this. So many people's jobs do not allow them to, quote, be themselves. They are functionaries. It is another step when your contribution, when your vocation or career allows you to express yourself and not just be consumed, or let me just say, be facelessly consumed by the function. So, the fear of being cast out and losing one's security, there are many security issues, in the first tier. First tier, okay. And so conformity is self-preservation in that respect. So living harmoniously in surroundings, as DK says, disciplining himself so that he fits wherever he may be, can get on with anyone. It's not his personality that counts. It's more the comfort and lack of danger which will be his if he just fits in. His function, his job, his role. So suppressing the uniqueness, it has not become a focus, and let's just say don't stick your neck out. It's a lot safer to conform. Now, in the Leo petal, people are definitely going to be sticking their neck out. They're emerging from the mass, and they demand to be their own person. So there are two types of training here, one in petal 3 and petal 6. Petal 3, there's more an outward training, and petal 6, much more subjective. They're both sacrificial training in a way. And petal 6 taking into consideration more psychological factors than will be possible. See, basically, in the first tier, okay, FSTR, try that. Okay, FSTR, see if that will work. First tier. There is not much introspection. This really begins the looking within with applied work in the second SEC, second tier, SCTR. Well, I'm going to make that one too. I probably have it somewhere. SCTR? Oh, SCT and SCTR, but that'll do. Both. So that is where the higher of the pairs of opposites, something internal that is you, comes into focus. So we're training our individuality in Petal 6, but in Petal 3, where we train our skill and function. It's different. We fulfill our criteria in Petal 3. In Petal 6, we have that inner critique that is ever refining how our individuality expresses and that to which it dedicates itself. The individual is on the line in Petal 6, and the individual has really been created in the work and development of Petal 5. So these are different thoughts. How much ego is there in the civil servant? The function is not based on ego. And I was thinking about this man who did the river dance, is that what it was, and Lord of the Dance. Later he became Lord of the Dance. He had a real strong Leo to his Cancerian character. It's not the same thing. Of course, he's artistic, but he really is expressing his nature completely. He's not just the function. There's so much room for creativity. So selfishness is still a part of Group 4. Maybe some pride of mind is there a little bit. Really what has to happen is we have to study such a wide range of individuals. Mostly, well, we can't do that yet. And even the Master is concentrating his attention on those who he can train to cooperate with him. He cannot give that kind of attention except with broad understanding to the other categories. They will have to be handled by other people who have less development than he. Well, some of the consciousness is emerging here because the mind is more used. There's more focused mental consciousness. People think and are aware that they are thinking, and they use the mind to derive their answers, but cannot really be called introspective. And that, with the second tier, we turn within to a degree. So you're making the best of being in the box, so to speak, in the consensual reality, a reality that's not really reality, but what people think it is. There are taboos, and one is careful about stepping outside the conventions. I'm sure that's very much the case in the emotionally focused second petal, and also, the whole idea of the taboo. See, the taboo is anti-individual, and we see this in societies and religions. Societies and religions. People do not dare to step out of line. When they do, they are really punished. People sometimes from these religions come into contact with Western society and its relative freedoms, and they want that, and then they are severely punished by those to whom they belong. At least the people still remaining in those boxes think that the people trying to break loose still belong to them, and they would be very threatened if they could break loose. We have the honor killings, one of the most despicable methods of relating to your fellow human being, and especially beings, and especially to your family. But don't get me started. Actually, you don't have to, because I'm a self-starter when it comes to those things. So there is conditioning here. Saturn is the conditioning planet. There is, we remember the movie called The Matrix, and people can either be deluded by the Matrix or they can establish their consciousness from outside it and see the prison of the conditioning, which those within the Matrix cannot see. Uranus is not here in relation to freedom, maybe in relation to scientific mind. Uranus has a very strong Ray 5 part of it, and it grows in Petal 4. It's not really the kind of planet that has a big place in the conventionality and the standardization of the first tier. Uranus does not agree with the mass consciousness. Just think of its relation to Leo. Leo represents the emergence from the mass consciousness, and it is the veiled hierarchical ruler of Leo. Uranus is. So it's all about really emerging and being the unique individuality which one senses oneself to be, the divine pattern which you are. It's not about just going along. It's not about subservience to the prevailing conditioning which everybody thinks has to be preserved. Okay, I'm not so up on these things. I know that Ken Wilber talks about the various memes, and there are spiral dynamics. They talk about the different strata in which people operate. I don't know the colors, how they assign those. I kind of have a vague idea. But there are groups of human beings, definitely, and those who work with the psychology of the human being have to understand the general categories and the general next steps ahead for these categories. Otherwise, they cannot offer good advice or help to set up circumstances which will be really helpful for the progress in a certain stratum. Okay, so those were the stages of adaptation. Largely the third stage and part of the fourth stage, I would say. Maybe, I don't know if we're dealing with the nth degree of selfishness, because that requires a lot of personality, which I think comes in more in the beginning of the Leo petal, at least it seems to me. There has to be a big crash and burn in that Leo petal, a death of a kind, engineered by Scorpio, a death, so that one can realize the futility of attempting to be just the dominant personality, and the need to acquiesce to the presence of a higher type of self. Okay. Now what about the chakra? Chakra most implicated? Throat, sacral, solar plexus. The throat center. Well, the man controlled from the mental plane. Throat. How does it go? Does it go... I wonder if solar plexus is there. Let's turn to page... Yeah, let's just see if I can do this. Will it let me? Yes, it did. It did allow me to do it here. Okay, but where I want to go, really, is the Treatise on Cosmic Fire, page 170. Man controlled from the mental plane will be the heart, throat, and base of the spine. Okay. And the throat, of course, is very important. The heart is the sustainer here, is it not? So and that is, let's see, the heart, let's see, throat, heart, and base of the spine. If creativity could come in at the second petal, then we cannot say that creativity is missing from petal 3, as long as we're not dealing with the primary lotuses. They are not necessarily what we consider to be creativity in terms of the combinations of things. Maybe in terms of inventiveness, they can be creative, even though the second petal, inventiveness in matter, even though the second petal is not really all that developed, in fact shut, as it is said. But for real creativity, instead of procreativity, the throat center has to be active. To put it like this, for creativity, the throat center need not be active. For real creativity, the throat center must be active. And let us not forget the sacral center, which is the home of the mental elemental. So it's not that the people here will be as sacrally active as the Lemurians or the Atlanteans, but the sacral, inasmuch as the mental elemental is focused there, will be engaged with respect to the concrete mind. So petal 3 is related to concrete mind. Is this man controlled from the mental plane? Well, maybe in a way, the lower mental body and lower mental plane, but it's not creative man. So we have the throat center, the heart center, the base of the spine. Base of the spine, of course, keeps things going, and I think is going to be found in all of these, the outer circle. The pranic triangle maybe doesn't feature the base of the spine, but the base of the spine is very etheric in its nature and does sustain life, and will be there, and certainly in the Lemurian petal, the work of the Lemurian petal. I suggested some alternative chakra arrangements, and the base of the spine was always included. But what is the planet that rules the throat center of these people? Well, Saturn and Earth are ruling the throat center at first, and Earth at the throat center is certainly found earlier, and I would say also here. So Earth is about proliferation. We do not really have the disciple. We have more the average man. And concrete thinking. Earth is related to concrete thinking. It, from one perspective, the Earth is like a mental unit to the solar logos. Different planets play different functions at different times. Different planets play different functions at different times in relation to the solar logos. Saturn is there for the disciple. The disciple has to choose words and sounds and not just say anything. But I suppose as work with the third petal continues, Saturn could be, some aspect of Saturn could be considered at work here in the throat chakra. As work in the third petal continues, Saturn would have its place for technical workers and so forth, people who have to speak appropriately in relation to their function and so forth. What role does the sacral center play here? Well, we should start to divorce the mind from strictly instinctual life. That is what's happening. Is the sacral throat center connection here very strong? Well, not yet. The whole idea that the sacral center will rise to the throat center is in preparation for the first initiation. The rise of the sacral center to the throat center is in prep for the first initiation. Esoteric Psychology 1, page 420, solar plexus center is conscious as response to knowledge. I really have to look here in terms of Esoteric Psychology 1. There seem to be some important things there. They are charts and tabulations. Am I correct that it's 420? I'm not sure. Maybe it's not 420. It says 420, but that might be a mistake. Manas desire, I long for habitation. Esoterically, the principle of sentiency is seated in the solar plexus, okay. Esoterically, this principle of desire is seated in the sacral, with a higher reflection in the throat. And that has to do with the sixth ray. So I'm not really finding what I'm looking for. But these are important final statements about the idea that pure reason is seated in the ajna center between the eyes, functioning when the personality reaches a high stage of coordination. So there is a definite connection of the ajna center to the spiritual triad, and I suppose pure reason is the very center of the spiritual triad. So again, I'm not entirely finding that, and I don't know why. Well, it's as if the sacral center takes what we believe should occur at the solar plexus center, and the solar plexus takes what we often believe should occur at the throat center. In terms of chakras, the solar plexus center still has to be very active here, even though it can be somewhat subdued by the growing mind. We do remember that we lay the life upon the altar of desire in this petal, and later aspiration, but desire still. So that requires the solar plexus. This is a kind of clearing that occurs due to the sacrifices people make in this petal. And of course, Aura, the altar, will be involved with Sagittarius second decanate and its rulership by Mars. At the same time, the mind is strongly coming into existence, so maybe one can begin to separate from the Kama Manas, but maybe there is not so much inclination to do so in an introspective way. I think when we talk about therapy and the kinds of self-improvement strategies that are present today, it really is taking place more in the second tier. Some people, yes, go into the mind to avoid pain, of course. Is there much Kama Manas here? I would say decreasingly, compared certainly to the lotuses of passion and desire, with the second petal unfolded and working in the third petal, but not having it much developed. When we really have a strongly developed third petal, Manas comes into a stronger position, and we don't just go along with the emotions all the time. So are these third petalers still Kama Manasic? I would say it is on the wane. It's a preparation for the developing the persona, which occurs in the love tier, or the second tier. So stepping back for analysis, of ourselves is maybe not so commonly done, But with Virgo, increasingly we can do it, and Virgo is one of the major rulers of this petal. We step back from our emotions, especially in petal 6, which is the major Virgo petal. We do have Virgo in petal 3, but it doesn't tend to apply to the self. In other words, we really still have extraversion of the consciousness, and spiritual introversion is not with us. But we're getting ready. We're getting ready for it with this Virgo application. We have to be able to use the mind. If in petal 6 we are going to be able to do this. So, right. People are coming up with various examples here. You know, the stress of being a nurse, let us say, really putting their back out in the work and needing regeneration. Virgo, the nurse, you know, sacrificially having to tend to other people's needs. And, you know, this is maybe the mantra of the third petal from the sacrificial point of view. I must do my job, even if it kills me. Well, so often that's just what happens, and people really die in their work. Anyway, they've got their physical in place, their emotional is in place, and their mind is now coming in place. And as they coordinate these things, they progress to the next possibility, which is considering themselves as an individual. The next possibility is to consider oneself as an individual. Well, all right. I think that's enough. We have talked about the sacral center, solar plexus, sacral center. The heart is the sustainer, of course. Solar plexus has to be added, even though this is increasingly man being governed from the mental plane, which is the throat center, heart, and base of the spine center. But the throat center is not displaying its higher creative functions. But I think in order to do some of the kinds of work that has to be done here, the throat center is needed. You know, the chakras themselves take a long time to develop and to show all of their capabilities. So some of the lower functions of the throat center will here be found, and I think some responsible use of the throat center. It seems to me that some Saturn will have to be involved. Some responsible use of the throat center for responsible tasks. Okay, so it's base of the spine, heart and throat, and also maybe throat, heart, and solar plexus. You know, laying your life upon the altar of desire certainly requires that solar plexus center, doesn't it? You can understand how various triangles become active at a particular stage, not only one. DK has singled out certain of them, but there are other combinations, and we want to look at that. So you cannot really, at least at this stage, sacrifice without the solar plexus center. And this is a sacrificial petal. Think of the monad. It's on the 6th plane from below. It's a lord of ceaseless and persevering devotion. Of course, the heart is the great organ of sacrifice in a way, but the solar plexus is part of that, and the number 6 is part of the number 2. So we have to realize that this is petal is interesting in that there's, well, how can we put it? Petal 3 is interesting in that there is development of the mind and objectivity at the same time there is a strengthening of the desire to achieve certain objectives. And the body may be sacrificed in doing so. Laying one's life upon the altar of desire. It's so Ara, in a way, the altar in Sagittarius, or at least related to Sagittarius. Strengthening, strength, strengthening. Throat center, solar plexus center, base of the spine. Well, base of the spine, it will keep you going. It's got to be there. Driving yourself forward through personal will. The meeting place of desire and will. In every sacrifice petal, there is will, even if it's incipient, So, in this case, the meeting of intensely focused desire and incipient will. So, first the astral body keeps you going, and then the will, and they shade into each other. The base of the spine still relates to all of the physical petals, which are, the base of the spine is an etheric generator, an etheric stimulator. It's related to the number 4 and to the 4 ethers, but you wouldn't have the dense physical plane staying in coherence without etheric coherence. So here we have possibly the base of the spine center, sacral center, and throat. The sacral center for this is a mental combination by the time it reaches petal 3. So this is the steady application of the mind. Looking at different combinations of chakras which can feature in this type of experience and this type of building of capacity. What about the higher parts of the solar plexus center? Devotion, aspiration, sacrificial devotion is in the higher solar plexus center, and I would say yes, to a degree. To a degree. Because the intensity of desire to achieve something that one feels one must achieve, the intensity of desire to achieve what one feels one must achieve. One is inwardly, or maybe outwardly first, outwardly or inwardly forced to achieve one's astral body aligned, or aspiration, let's say, desire and aspiration align with this must do, and the body suffers. It's kind of interesting. This is kind of interesting. At the 6th petal, it is the astral body which suffers. At the 9th petal, which ends a certain type of illusion, it is the mental body and its illusions which suffer. So there's a different layer of sacrifice at each one of these sacrifice petals, each third petal in the tier. But for the majority of people, the astral body is the major focus of attention, and so devotion is the key. We've been under a very strong 6th ray impulse for years, and there's still some 21,000 approximately years of it left. Okay. Well, I think that gives an idea of different triangles of chakras that can be involved. we've seen the throat. The heart is pretty well a sustaining factor. The solar plexus definitely laying the life upon the altar of desire. The sacral center, not for its procreativeness, but for its relationship to the mental elemental. And the base of the spine continuing to vitalize everything. I think, there's a lot of human vitality found in the outer tier, and the base of the spine is sustaining that. Of course, when the emotional nature gets corrupted, that can rob the vitality. But basically, these are physical petals, and the man is spared so far the conflict between his inner higher self and his outer form, and that can be quite draining as well until he learns how to handle that. Are there other chakras implicated? Well, none so very important. We have talked about the base of the spine, solar plexus, and heart. They're still active, but a new emphasis upon the throat center, but not in its higher. It's sort of a combination of Earth for practical mind, and Saturn, but not the higher aspects of the throat center, which can be very high indeed and can take us into abstract areas. So there is a new emphasis upon the throat center with the Aryan mind. We have to realize the throat center has been involved all the time in everything, because from the time that man could speak, the throat center must be involved, but still a low level of functioning, a repetitive, low level of functioning, not a creative functioning. And all of that is in our distant past. We have some people in esoteric healing in our work, thinking that the throat, for the astral chakras, the throat and the fifth ray will be important. Yes, I think that is the case. We do have the astral chakras right here, and the throat center. Well, there's some creativity, perhaps, but it's in the realm of matter, and it's more in the realm of invention, I guess. It's certainly, there's not so much an emphasis on the artistic creativity. Knowledge, though, is certainly emerging. I don't think there's what we call fifth ray inspiration here. I think that comes later. Okay. Okay, this is, get rid of that. And then go back to here. Okay. Well, what are the rays most implicated in relation to this petal? And I'd say ray 3 and ray 5 for the most part. There will be some ray 4, and we can discuss that, because after all it is a petal ruled by Gemini and also by Virgo, so Mercury with its ray 4 quality is there, but maybe Mercury is not demonstrating its soul ray. We could say that. Maybe Mercury is not so much demonstrating its soul ray as its personality ray, which I presume is ray 3. So, it's not an emotional petal. It's really, it's a petal which corrects emotionalism, in fact. Well, ray 3, and it is the third petal, and intelligence in general is developing. Even though the lotuses of passion and desire are intelligent in a sense, and even though those in group 5, human group 5, are basically intelligent people who can think when need arises, more intelligence is developing here. The strong involvement in business is found here, Virgo in the third ray. It involves matter, intelligence in matter. Ray 3 is matter, working with matter, business works with matter. So Mercury in relation to Virgo is intelligence in matter. We're not talking about its exalted meaning as the son of mind. We're talking about much more mundane meaning. What about ray 5? Well, because of the concrete mind, you know, to think in a manner less kamic, right? So a manner less kamic. The technician here and Virgo in general, technique, and we need that for the fifth ray and technique are allied to each other. The third and fifth ray primarily here. The second petal more the soft lines. The first petal a lot of ray 1 and 7, and the constant 5 of the developing mind. Man is mind in a way. He is that creature which has been created midway between divinity and materiality, and he is centered in the mind, which and in a conscious way, which is not possible for the animal. Are there other rays implicated, and the meaning of this implication? Well, let's take a look at 1, 6, and 7. Ray 1 is the petal of sacrifice, forced sacrifice. Your circumstances apply ray 1 to you, and there is no escape. You have to do it. It's your job after all. And, you know, we can see in this forcing process, I'll probably talk about it in a little bit, in this forcing process we see Vulcan at work. See, really, what has to be done, there are all these different energies coming together to make a petal experience what it is. So people have to say, okay, sit down, let's look at my life. Where am I really working? What can I rely upon that's working for me? What's my cutting edge? What energies can I bring to bear on the task that I feel I must do? And how will I look at my horoscope to discover the degree to which those necessary energies are present for me, and in what strength they are present, and when, according to cycles, they are present. So, you know, really all of this is just preparation for sitting down with yourself and applying the knowledge of the energies. See, all of this is preparation for sitting down with yourself and applying the energies and forces to bettering your life and improving. Whoop. I hope I'm not getting into that. And improving your service. That is really needed, you know, because right now we're just collecting descriptions of what the petal process involves. But once we locate ourselves in a petal process, you know, where our organizing and vitalizing work is occurring, that's all really we can do, then we just have to improve the way we're doing it. That's the idea behind all of this. So ray 1 is involved in terms of sacrifice. It is a ray of sacrifice. Ray 4 also rules the law of sacrifice, but it's not coming in here as a conscious law of the soul. It's an enforced, enforced demand to which the one demanded is unconscious. Ray 6, though, sacrifice occurs because the body is laid upon the altar. It's a burning altar, right? At Petal 3, we realize there's something more important than our body, and we're willing to give our life for that, and our intelligence, whatever we have. Virgo does have a lot of Ray 6 in it. It's a transmitter of Ray 6, and Virgo is always looking to that something greater, which it needs to obey. So, and the Ray 6 is looking for something greater to which to be devoted. So that something greater will often appear here. It may be understood, the necessity for the sacrifice may be understood, or maybe not. With increasing work in the mind, it will be understood. So every third petal, we might say, of any tier is tending towards or yearning for the next tier. So there is always the elevating effect of the sixth ray. Sixth ray is a ray of sacrifice. It's possible to sacrifice along any ray line, but some of the rays have a particular reputation for sacrifice. Ray 1, Ray 2, Ray 6, and maybe Ray 4. Maybe not so much 3, 5, and 7, but as I said, you can sacrifice along any line. There's always has to be something higher, you know, and when you reach the end of the development of a tier, what you can do with it, the sixth ray raises its sights. You know, Sagittarius and the sixth ray raises Sagittarius and the, no, that's not it. Sagittarius and the sixth ray raises the sights towards something higher in the next tier. Well, what about Ray 7 here? Do we find a place for it? Well, there is order in terms of function and conformity, you know, doing what is expected of you, the social pressure to conform, to behave, and to do your duty. So you must sacrificially meet the requirements of your job. And we might say that Atlanteans, let's call them, or those who are too vulnerable to the emotional vehicle, they cannot be trusted. They are not reliable. The astral currents can take them off, and they do not have the hardline disciplining abilities to keep those in check. Is Ray 7 related to Virgo? It was, I think, in the previous solar system and correlates highly with it now, even though the emphasis is Ray 2 and 6. Maybe in the last system the emphasis was Ray 7 and Ray 3. But many routines are handled in this petal, where you go through the routine demanded by your duty, you know, through the routine demanded by your duty. You know, just to get this idea and then bring all of these thoughts together and apply them to yourself and those you know. You know, to sit down, it's one thing to, let's say, analyze an astrological chart, but just suppose you were doing some sort of petal analysis and tier analysis of an individual, and we're trying to locate, with the help of the individual, of course, what's really happening in the egoic lotus, even before really seeing it. I think it's possible to tell where the focus is and how it can be improved. The colors of the petals and their meaning, well, basically orange, yellow, and indigo. Orange is foundational throughout. It is, in this tier, the concrete mind. And it's becoming more powerfully orange. Let's say the orange in the first petal is weaker than in the second petal, is weaker than in the third. So this is the highest of the knowledge petal, and it should exemplify knowledge, ray 5. And orange must be prominent, you see. With yellow, yellow is the color of Mercury with its fourth ray, and the fourth ray is the ray of the law of sacrifice. Always when the fourth ray is present, the man is torn and has to make a decision in favor of the higher of the pairs of opposites. Yellow is here for mentality. Interesting, considering it both color of sacrifice and harmony. It has been said that Gemini produces the greatest cowards, and Lepus, the hare, the first decade of Gemini, is always running away. But of course, the pillars of Gemini can stand their ground as well. It's hard for pillars to run away. You know, there's a great former stability in Gemini underlying the whole thing. There may be a lot of mutability at the present time, and a coward is quite mutable, cannot stand the ground, and will run from the conflict. But also with Gemini, there is this anchoring in the wisdom. Yellow is important here for the growing mentality. Interesting here that yellow closes the door on lower psychism and helps keep us off the astral plane. This is developed and discussed in Esoteric Psychology 2. A lot of psychics don't like to use the color yellow because they know it does close the door to that area of experience upon which they have come to depend for a number of reasons. DK tells us that the Aryan race, of which this petal number 3 is the beginning, is not meant to be psychic. So we have, with the scientific types in this petal, a strong skepticism here, a kind of common sense and no nonsense. Virgo, the sixth sign, can be related to the sixth sense. Virgo, sixth sign, sixth sense. Someone talked about the British mind, maybe it's ray 5, and they say, well, yes, that's sensible. London is ruled by the fifth ray in its soul and the seventh ray in its personality. We certainly do see the rituals everywhere surrounding the royalty, and the scientific societies centered in London have had a great reputation for a long time. Yellow is synthetic and harmonious and leads to standardization. Standardization is needed in this petal where people function. People's function is more uniform and less individualistic. Individualistic, okay. Individ, okay. I'm looking for my abbreviations, and they're not here. Okay. So, yes, the yellow is here associated mostly with mentality. Yellow for mentality, but not for intuition. Now, the yellow in the ninth petal would be keenly developed in terms of intuition. See, really what could happen is that one could make an assessment of how an individual could use all the signs of the zodiac and planets to accomplish the petal work which was next to be accomplished, and then look particularly for what the horoscope reinforced and what the ray chart reinforced. It's a question of maybe maximizing the use of one's forces and abilities. Um, well, I have asked a question here. When does your uniqueness become your business? Usually your business is stamping out your uniqueness, so often it is. Later, I would say. We're looking at an earlier expression of yellow and not the Buddhic expression. So we can say an earlier expression of yellow and not the Buddhic expression. When it comes to indigo, it represents the synthesis of knowledge on the physical plane. Let's just say, I talked about the intensities of the color. We don't expect the indigo of the knowledge tier to be as intense as the indigo of the sacrifice tier, where a real synthesis of the many incarnations is beginning to occur. We do have, the lovely lemon yellow, we're told, of the innermost tier. And sometimes I wonder for synthesis why the indigo should not be present as well. So we're looking at indigo here, the synthesis of knowledge on the physical plane. And the next group of love petals is definitely being organized by this point, of course. And that would be the synthesis of love, eventually, at the sixth petal. Indigo, ray 2, Virgo petal, the sixth, lots of ray 2, the majority of ray 2 coming through to humanity via Virgo at this time. So ray 5 is important to this first tier, and indigo is the highest color for ray 5. Of course, it's esoteric color, and probably the kind of ray 5 that we're talking about for the first tier is not the esoteric ray 5. Since indigo is the synthetic color, we are synthesizing the knowledge tier. Petals 3, 6, and 9 are each synthesizing the earlier two of their tier, or circle, Virgo and ray 2, sacrifice and indigo. In a profound sense, ray 2 is the great sacrificial ray. There is the will to sacrifice, of course, through the first ray, but ray 2 is the great embodiment of loving sacrifice, and is the highest type of sacrifice in our system anyway, and it is embodied by the Christ. So there is always inclusiveness in the finishing of a tier. Initiation of a kind, if you open all three of these, you get a minor initiation. So indigo, synthesis and sacrifice and their relation. When we consider indigo, we have to think that way. What is the relation between indigo, synthesis, and sacrifice? The common sense is the sixth sense, and it synthesizes the senses. Interesting, indigo is the sixth color. Sixth color. If we start, red 1, orange 2, yellow 3, green 4, blue 5, indigo 6, and then comes the seventh, or violet. Mind is the reason or the common sense, so then the esoteric sense is the seventh sense, or the intuition. But we are certainly in this case using the mind as a synthesizing common sense. Here, we use the mind as a synthesizing common sense. All that has been learned in the knowledge petal is brought together in the mind. So wholeness is always given by indigo, and 3 petals are made whole through the indigo quality. There is, should we say, subjugation to the whole in this petal. I think this is important, which is sacrifice. A greater will is at work, the will of the whole, and one is subjected to it. A greater will is at work, the will of the whole, and in this petal we are submitted and to and subjugated this will. So, unconscious love, in fact, is behind the whole thing, especially on our planet with the secondary soul and in this secondary solar system. Unconscious love is causing the sacrifice, even if it feels more like ray 6 coming from the person laying himself upon the altar of desire. Indigo, it adds to 58. Someone came up with that, it's a 4, I guess. Mercury and Saturn are here at this petal. Virgo being the birth of the Christ through concrete reason. We are preparing to meet the Christ in an early form. Preparing to meet the Christ in an early form in the love tier. Later, the real Christ comes into view, but I think we're going to get into that problem again of the leaping cursor. But the higher of the pairs of opposites is the beginning of Christ consciousness. Okay, are there additional colors involved in this petals process? Well, green, of course, for the third ray and the third petal in the playground of the mind, and the play is green. With mind, there is activity, and activity is the color is related to third ray green. From a certain perspective, the 3 tiers can be viewed in color language as green, blue, and red. Outer, middle, and sacrifice. What are the rays implicated on the basis of color? Well, we have orange, yellow, and indigo, 5, 4, and 2. And of course we've talked about the growing mind of petal 3, but there'll also be the conflict as circumstances demand sacrifice, and the overall union with the greater whole of ray 2. All this leads to an overall union, though perhaps unconscious, with the greater whole under ray 2. Sacrifice has this unifying effect. So clearer sight, struggle, and union. Let us continue then with number 30. The major signs in the series, beginning with Aries in a counterclockwise order, and it would be Gemini. You know what I'm saying, I think. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and also for later, Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. So, It's intelligence, it's Mercury. There is a mental focus. Maybe I shouldn't call it an intellectual focus, because that implies more the abstract mind. Intellectual focus implies more the abstract mind. And we're not talking about abstract mind here. We're not talking about higher mind that we will begin to discover in Petal 4. Because after all, the higher of the pairs of opposites is not just love. It's mind, it's love, it's will. So we certainly will understand the mind part of it. We begin to enter into the field with the fourth petal where the soul mind, we begin to be aware of soul mind. Higher mind is not necessarily abstract mind, but soul mind, and we begin to be aware of it when entering Petal 4, working in, developing Petal 4. We might say, in a way, higher, the love of the higher of the pairs of opposites in Petal 5, the will of the higher of the pairs of opposites in Petal 6. That's one way we can look at this. So this is not really intellectual. It is mental. Lower mind strongly emphasized, and with Gemini, manual dexterity. A person can do many technical things with their hands. This would be a characteristic of the primary lotuses, engineering, skill, and so forth. Gemini can make the good technician at this point in the manner in which it is expressing. So it's good for, as I said, invention in matter, providing mechanism for the carrying out of technical requirements. Now that doesn't mean that everybody concentrating in this petal will be necessarily the technician. It has to do also, oh yes, the light is coming through this orange thing. I'm taking on an unnatural glow. Okay, the when the second petal is really unfolded, it makes a big difference along with the third petal. The primary lotuses don't have that second petal unfolded. So, it takes time to round ourselves out. Invention in matter, yes, providing mechanism for the carrying out of technical requirements, and later those that help humanity, and for those with the second petal unfolded, they can already work in that direction. If petal 3 is highly developed. So we are preparing for the sense of duality, beginning with the next petal, the Hall of Learning. And as I've said often, this learning is not about learning of what's in the outer world. You can do that quite well with Petal 3. But the love petals are about learning something about the inner worlds, and then having to bring that higher type of love, morality, light, goodwill into your participation, intelligent participation in world affairs with other people. So this is preparation for duality, and there may be here, kind of with the sixth ray, longing for something else, a little bit of the intimation of the higher of the pairs of opposites, because as this petal is developing, for those who are really the third petal types, there has to be some advanced work going on. I wouldn't say so, and I've said why, in relation to the Brahmic lotuses. They are, when you encounter them, pretty well as described. And it's not really high, is it? If you think about it. When you encounter the Brahmic lotuses, with one petal unfolded, what do you get? This. The first or knowledge petal is fully unfolded. They are so called because they present on the physical plane with the fully active intelligent unity, the man of small mental development, the lowest type of workers, agriculturalists, peasants on every continent. They're called third-class creators as they express themselves only through the act of physical creation on the physical plane. You know, not much mentality there for, not much throat center. He talked about people having a strong Vulcan at the throat center and being, or near the throat center in two other little centers, and being quite inarticulate. And their function is largely to provide vehicles for those of their other group, of their own group. Well, you know, when you organize, you create something you can use. And if you're organizing, if you've necessarily been organizing in the second tier before any petal unfolds in the first, then you have those abilities that you've been organizing. Maybe not as strong as you would have them when the second logos really comes through and energizes them, but you have them. And these people don't seem to have them. So this is something, you know, that goes round and round in my mind as I try to work out the reason why it is said that there must be a lot of organization in the second tier before the first tier even opens. And here it is open. And as it is open, these are the people, this is how they're demonstrating. And not with any higher type of organization within the love tier. So for the Lotuses of Brahman, the second petal is showing signs of opening, whatever those signs are. DK would know. And the second aspect in its lowest manifestation is showing signs of demonstration, the lowest part of love. They stand as representing certain groups of egos from certain planetary schemes, notably Jupiter and Venus, who are a grade higher than the class above, but which have as yet a long way to go. They are called second-class creators. For though they demonstrate on the physical plane in the act of physical creation, the sacral center, yet they are more swayed by love than by animal instinct as in the first case. They are to be found incarnated at this time in the Orient, particularly India, and in Latin America, and just lately in America. It's always good to read and reread these things until they really sink in and become a part of our understanding. So, the higher of the pairs of opposites is coming into view, not in explicit detail necessarily, but in terms of being a kind of magnetic and higher part of ourselves. And we begin to realize that that is the case, slowly. Now, if the major signs in, I've always left out the article, definite article, the series beginning with Aries in the clockwise order, and then Aquarius is at the third petal. And as I have explained, it takes a long time to develop and work in a petal. Maybe not as long a time as in the first petal, but it takes a long time. And so every sign of the zodiac is going to somehow be impressive in that process of working and development, organization and vitalization. But Aquarius is one of the ones that fits with the series. So for some types, emphasizing the fifth ray of this petal, we have the scientific application through Uranus. Uranus is a scientific planet and can represent concrete science, just as Mars can. It's the lower scientific mind, helps with the synthesis of knowledge. Okay, helps with this synthesis. A knowledgeable attitude to the outer world. The man is oriented in this extroverted manner. It doesn't mean, you know, a flamboyant character, but his consciousness turned towards the world of the senses. It's It's a task-oriented mind. It's the lower form of Aquarius that has to do with working in relation to the baskets of nourishment, which are basically the atomic lives, or the life within the atomic lives. And Aquarius is a synthetic sign. I would just say Aquarius is good. Is good at synthesizing knowledge, just like Gemini is. But Aquarius is perhaps even more synthetic, more related to the first ray. What is the major sign in the series beginning with Pisces in the clockwise order? Well, it's Capricorn. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn. So this is where we are going to discover, some of the hardness, the enforced sacrifice. The state says you must do this, your job, your duty, your military role. Regardless of what it means for your personal welfare. And Capricorn does enforce that. So conform to the requirements of your job. Economic pressure, we see that even now when Pluto is in Capricorn, and how a number of our economic systems are breaking down under that influence. Economic pressure can force as much sacrifice at this petal as the pressure of war. So a lot of nice, good people are being forced to work very hard and sacrifice much as they try to fulfill their desires, or as their country or community demands it. People say, well, I should be free of servitude. I am a free individual. But, at this point, we're not really. We have to earn our individuality. It is there within us in seed, we can say. We might say that this third petal is the petal of having to, having to do this. And not yet deliberately willing to. Well, there can be some aspect of, let's just say, you can be willing to do what you have to do. That is possible. You can also be unwilling to do what you have to do, but then the lessons are not learned, and one is forced to return into those circumstances until the lessons are learned. If the second petal were closed, there could be quite a cold materialism, but intelligent, and that we have that possibly in these primary lotuses, who have contributed much mechanism to society, to humanity, but destructive mechanism, the weapons of war, for instance. So here we have the function which must be upheld as you serve others in your role in society. Capricorn is the role. Civil servants, all of the civil service is much Capricorn and Virgo. Civil servants have a role, and they perform their duty. Look at the primary lotuses. Where is the affect? It's not there. Hence Capricorn. Well, Capricorn can be quite a cold sign. And if your second petal is shut, then even more so. But we're talking about the Lotuses of Lower Mind, a name that we have kind of invented, Lotuses of Manas, that kind of thing. So it's not how we feel about it. It's just what must be done. And if you are fulfilling a role, there is not much room for you to be a distinctive personality. The demands of the role, overshadow, or, well, what is the word I want? Outshine, are greater than the demands of personality, such as it is. What other signs might be implicated in this third petal and the meaning of the implication? Well, I put down some, but I usually try to include them all. Gemini, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Virgo, Pisces. I guess all of the mutable signs. Of course, every sign has its place. If it's Gemini petal, Sagittarius is opposite it. If it's a Virgo petal, Pisces is opposite it. And we did talk about the idea that the sign opposite a distinctively relevant petal is also relevant. Well, Gemini, we've talked about Gemini a little, but one is bound to the altar of Busiris, thinking that knowledge comes from only one direction. Of course, it depends on the rays, right? Not very well rounded in that sense. The petal alone, without other earlier and later, petals earlier and later, is not known necessarily for well-roundedness. The intellect alone can be tyrannical. So skepticism can appear here, and in one sense, in a phase of this petal, one can build up quite a resistance to what will appear as more real in the love tier. So Gemini was, Hercules found himself bound to the altar of Busiris, the false teacher. It's not that we're really looking here for teachings relating to the spirit. You can believe in someone's thinking, but you are not yet a spiritual aspirant at this point, if Gemini is part of it. Trying to get along with all. Aquarius also found here, all things to all people, all things to all men, as DK says. Needing to adapt to circumstances to fit in and harmonize, the third group, third stage of adaptation. But Gemini is searching the external world, out there on the mission to find out everything about everything. So we're still in the hall of ignorance, so there must be an intense focus on learning in the material world and finding your answers there. And then, listening to the voice of Nereus, maybe later. He missed that opportunity. The intuition came to him, and he ignored it. So, it's Gemini is, let's just say, it is the failures to attend to the inner voice and to really know oneself that are evident here. In the skepticism. We're skeptical of Nereus. That's the voice of the intuition. Don't believe it. We attend too much to Antaeus, and we get carried away by glamour, especially if the second petal is also quite strong. If it's not, maybe we wouldn't so much. And then we listen to the one who knows, we can call this Busiris as the one who knows or seems to know. But the real Busiris lesson is coming in later. I think the Gemini here is more about knowledge of the outer world. Putting the bodies with the petals, yes, it's certainly possible to do that as well. The mind with Gemini and also the etheric body. For Sagittarius, we have low desire, but we also have aspiration, and Sagittarius is as well the body that must be sacrificed upon the altar of desire and later of aspiration. Capricorn is the driving force of circumstance. Virgo is I give up my will for the higher will, the armed services under Virgo. I really didn't realize that, but how much of your own will is taken away as you have to simply follow orders. Also, in a way, we have the army of the voice in Virgo. Mars in Virgo, the army of the voice. Pisces, I have no choice. And I'm being forced to sacrifice. It's out of my control. Virgo and Mercury, the business indicators. I put this in before, working with mind and matter. Eking out a living under... I'm looking at the plight of many unskilled workers in our society and how they're being forced closer and closer into slavery. I'm a slave to my business or serving expectations of my employer. That's the Virgo that we've been talking about. Scorpio, do we find that here? Death, loss of life, giving up your life, struggle, Ray 4. When circumstances force you into it and then you die? I think so. Scorpio has its application here, and thus Pluto, right? Where you lose your life because of, let's say, on the altar of desire, then Scorpio can definitely be involved. It's not the later Scorpio. It's not the Scorpio of the fifth petal. It's not the Scorpio of the eighth petal. But it is very stressful circumstances which are life and death. Stressful life and death circumstances. We can put that. Scorpio for stressful life and death circumstances. I'm remembering that Tennessee Ernie Ford song, old song, 16 tons, right? and one of the lines, closing line is, I owe my soul to the company store. You know, the company store is so expensive, and one has to have the necessities that one keeps selling one's future to it, and eventually even one's soul. I think we're still dealing, you know, in a way with, well, the Earth chain people, the advanced moon chain people, not here. They are more the personalities and the, you know, the capitalist problem of capital and labor. So when we talk of capital and labor, how about getting that right? This is obviously, this is more labor. And we're not talking about people who have risen into dominant, powerful positions, the moon chain and the earth chain. But if, remember that the lotuses of, there are some moon chain types who are still lotuses of passion and desire, right? So some moon chain types are lopads. Kind of saves this, the bulk of humanity. But 2/5 of them are that. And if you've moved on and become a lotus of lower mind, how would we call that? LOLM. And we'll make sure that we say that that's not the Tibetans. He didn't suggest a group of that kind, but just to fill in the gaps, I am suggesting it. Lotus of Lower Mind. Yes. And, oh, that's not going to do. Now I have to do it all over again. Okay. LOLM. And we'll have to do it LOTUS of Lower Mind. Replace. Yes. And okay. And how about a plural for that? LOLMS. And we'll say LOTUSES of Lower Mind. Lotuses of Lower Mind. They could certainly be moonchain lotuses too, couldn't they? Could be moonchain lotuses, but also earth chain. We have to realize that there are some earth chain lotuses who are already masters, and that's astonishing, and has something to do with the expression of the power of love. The signs implicated on the basis of their color, well, let's see, have I included enough? I do think we should make sure that we've included all of them, because mostly I have. What about the others? Well, QR. So Aries, sacrifice, plunging in and committing one's body fully. Taurus, RS, Taurus, knowledge, but also economic necessity, so that others can have. Gemini is mentioned, Taurus, STU, Cancer, yes. Providing for one's country, kin, family, and it has the third ray of activity. RSUV, Leo. Well, Leo has much of the fifth ray in it, and let's just say the light of knowledge is growing stronger. We are not yet an integrated personality. No, not yet. But Leo is closely related to the fifth ray and to the mind. UVW, you know, somehow the way this has been set up, I cannot get my automatic letters. Leo, Virgo is mentioned. There seems to be some, you know, it's a bit exclusionary in a way. I think we see that not all the signs of the zodiac have equal power here. Virgo, of course, we mentioned it's a largely Virgo sacrificial petal. The next one is Libra and decision, re-sacrifice. Scorpio is mentioned. I think I'll include WX Sagittarius. So this has to do with the altar of sacrifice and the animal body sacrificed for desire and aspiration. Capricorn is there, School of Hard Knocks. XY. Aquarius is there. We talked about science. Pisces is there, of course. And we didn't talk much about that. Well, yes, I have no choice. So those are little epitomes that tell us something about how these signs could operate in the third petal work, process, experience, and so forth. What we really need, of course, is the ability to identify who is where, who's working where, and what is unfolding naturally in support. Where's your cutting edge? Where do you spend the majority of your time working away, organizing, preparing, and where's your cutting edge? Are you working equally over the cutting edge area and the more normal area? What are you leaving behind, relying upon the solar angel or the second logos or the initiator to take care of? All of these are not easy discriminations, especially because we're not seeing with accuracy everything we need to see. As St. Paul says, we're seeing through a glass darkly on these matters, but you have to begin somewhere. This is what man has done, man can do. And if there are those who can look and see exactly and understand the implications, then we will too. That is something that has to be understood. The signs implicated in this petal on the basis of color, Leo, Gemini, Virgo, Libra. Orange is Leo. And we have to, he tells us, not just accumulate knowledge, but we justify knowledge in Leo. We kind of prove it and determine its value. I'm also glad that these come back. So we prove the value of knowledge, that it is worth having and of practical use. Yellow is associated not only with Gemini, but by the Tibetan with Virgo, and basically we commit our mentality to the sacrifices which are demanded of us. Indigo, it's a Libra color, balancing of forces before the opening of the next tier. A choice in decisions, but remember the sacrifice is largely unconscious. Still, decision can be made on the basis of emotion. As a matter of fact, DK has told us that really important decisions are being made by the mass of humanity in Libra on the basis of their ideals and how they feel about things. And the disciples are making similar decisions using the intellect in Scorpio. So, let's say, big decisions being made by much of humanity on the basis of ideals and emotions. It is how one feels that is determining the decision, the nature of the decision. Meaning. Of course, we need Dragon of Wisdom, naturally speaking, I've always thought, what if the Tibetan uses some sort of voice recognition software in his next work? I think it would maybe take something out of it, but we would call it not just Dragon, naturally speaking, but Dragon of Wisdom, naturally speaking. A Dragon of Wisdom would be naturally speaking. So Saturn is here. There's some finalization here, and a general balancing of the forces in the first tier. We have oftentimes the tamas, rajas, and sattva. The third petals are sattvic and related to the will. Third petals generically are sattvic and related to the will. So some degree of harmony must be created before going to the next petal, just the way the causal body has to be harmonized before it's destroyed. So balance what has been completed in the first tier, I guess we should say. even as the causal body must be balanced before it is right to destroy. And there's something about the equilibrium of monadic types which relates to this. Let's see if I can find this. I think here I can go here and go to page 1082 and notice some of the very last words. Oh, let's see, wait a second. Am I going to really see this? Yes, the equilibrized atoms. Equilibrized atoms are on the point of destruction. They are monads who have brought their heart center into a state of equilibrium. So let's just say, in general, we can say that equilibrium, harmony, Libra, precedes destruction. I think that's an important principle, and hence justifies Libra in relation to the sacrifice petals. And sacrifice of individuals in a collective to maintain social harmony. The individuality, is sacrificed. Individuals or individuality to maintain social harmony, to fit in, to get along. Fitting in, getting along. Third stage of adaptation then is in a sense Libran. I think it's important to somehow, I've been trying to do it, to get these 10 stages of the human groups and the 8 stages of adaptation. Maybe not so important to do the 33 stages of appropriation, that's a bit much. But one could have that in front of one, just to have the basic categories of human beings in one's mind. Opportunism exists in Libra, and making the best of your circumstances. So, okay, we've looked at the orange of Leo, the yellow of Gemini and Virgo, although sometimes I think Virgo should really be blue-green, but, there's a scale of colors the Tibetan used, and because of the strong Mercury effect in Virgo, I suppose yellow is good enough. And then applying indigo to Libra is interesting because it talks about the second ray nature of Libra when usually the third ray is discussed, and the higher type of Venus relating to the fifth ray and being, in a sense, indigo, and the very depth of Venus being indigo in its ultimately second ray monad. All right, are there major constellations most implicated? Well, Pleiades. And we're speaking of mind in matter. There is a kind of a triangle. It goes Pleiades, Capricorn, and Mercury. I think we can see how all of these would relate. Pleiades is the ultimate source, of course, and, is really the hub of the wheel for our local one about whom naught may be said, but Capricorn is doing the enforcement here, helping humanity rise through its intellect, and there's a lot here about the concrete mind. Capricorn, it's usually said, gives you rays 1, 3, and 7, but there's a place in the books where the ray 5 is suggested as well. But even with the third ray, Mercury will be there, and, using all one's knowledge to advantage and making the best of one's circumstances. Are there secondary constellations implicated? Centaur, Lupus, and Ara. Of course, I know I went through them all last time, and I might do a quick run. But Centaur in Virgo, so spearing the wolf, Lupus, to lay the skin of the wolf upon the altar of sacrifice. And lupus is the wolf, sacrificed body or personality. Aura is the altar, altar of aspiration. Is Boetes connected with Virgo, the bear driver, performing a labor here. Coma Berenice is definitely sacrifice, Looking here at the decanates, you can take a quick run. The whale, the she monster, the queen, only in the sense of Virgoan materialism. The champion, Perseus, freeing the woman, not so much. The river of incarnation, Eridanus, no. The speedy charioteer, no. Orion, bringing illumination, the hunter, who is the Buddha and the Christ, no. Well, it's a Gemini petal in a way. Running away, if one is, well, this would be interesting. I'll put this in as well. Lepus, if the hare. If one runs away from the sacrifice expected, then lepus applies, or lepus. Okay, what else? I have to just go back and forth here. The lesser dog, maybe not. The greater dog, no. That's serious. Argo, the vessel, I don't think so. Ursa Minor, the little bear, in terms of guidance, no. And the great bear, no. The sea serpent, Hydra, no. The copper chalice, maybe Crater, in, accepting the cup of karma. So we might have to say, let's see if I can make this a little easier and then a little smaller. Crater, which is the chalice. You take what you must. Your cup of karma is filled. So let's just say Crater as the cup of karma. You must accept what is poured into it. So that is there, and maybe Corvus with messages from the gods demanding sacrifice. That's possible too. Let's go on into Scorpio. Is the serpent here? No, but nor the healer necessarily. But in the Virgo petal, of course, Orthodox medicine, that could be part of it as well, possible. The kneeling hero. Well, you're on your way. Some Hercules vibration is here. You have to rise to the occasion. The Hercules vibration. Rising to the occasion that sacrifice demands. Okay. What else? Well, we talked about the altar. And the arrow of Capricorn, well, it's the suffering. So I suppose Sagitta, the arrow of suffering through sacrifice. Not the same as for the initiate, but it's a warm-up. But it is practice. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else here. The eagle, I don't think so. The swan, no, it's too abstracted. The winged horse, traveling fast and going high, no. The southern fish, the savior, no. The band, which is holding the two fishes together. Yes, the band and the chained woman. I think so. Maybe. The band in Pisces, holding the personality in obligation to the higher powers. And, well, the chained woman, one is still the chained woman, Andromeda. One is still in servitude. This is enforced service is servitude. Okay, I think that brings in some of the constellational influences. Remember that these fixed stars, although in a sense they are for those people who have taken the third initiation, research shows that they do affect normal people and normal circumstances. So think of the task, the sacrificial task that has to come in here, and then think of the relationship of these constellations to that task, and certain stars to the task. The synthesizing planet most associated with this tier or petal, well, it's going to be Saturn. Neptune brings in some, we might say sub-Neptune brings in relinquishment. It is one of the rulers of Virgo, but usually on a higher turn of the spiral. And Uranus, the concrete science. So, synthesizing knowledge. Okay. And I'm going to make a little abbreviation, S-Y-N-G. Whoop, didn't allow me to do that. Did not allow it. S-Y-N-G. Let's see what we have. Synthesizing. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the division of planetary triplicity most associated with this petal. Well, maybe we can call it Saturn sub-Uranus. We have the three synthesizing planets associated with the three tiers, Saturn with the outer tier, so maybe Saturn sub-Uranus. Saturn is a very sacrificial planet, and Uranus is the scientific mind. Uranus is also related to Mercury, which is ruling Virgo here, and the mind is growing. Mercury has to do with all aspects of the mind, including the concrete mind. Sacrifice is being forced to line up with the pattern of things in heaven. That's what another definition of sacrifice. So, another, let's see if I can do this. Should be. We might say, yet another definition of sacrifice. And that being forced to conform to the pattern. See, Saturn is the conformity, and Uranus is the pattern in the heavens. After all, Uranus is the heavenly one and reflects the divine pattern in the heavens. All of this is preparing for individuality. I remember, long ago, the so-called silent majority. One would think of the lotuses of passion and desire. They can keep the world running, you might say, and doing all the routines. We have increasingly skilled labor here. We have very crude labor in Petal 1. Okay, increasingly skilled labor, but not yet the accomplished artist, craftsman, where individuality is involved. Okay, so this is the synthesizing planetary triplicity, Saturn sub Uranus, but they all seem to be involved, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus. You kind of wonder whether, by the time we reach the synthesizing petals, whether we don't synthesize all the three synthesizing planets. I mean, I can think of that in relation to Capricorn. Well, in relation to the final ninth petal. You know, Saturn is the fulfillment and the ending of all karma, or at least the kind of karma that keeps you from mounting to the mountaintop. Neptune is the response to the Buddhic plane, which is beginning to occur, and Uranus is the indicator of being, and of the monad, which becomes possible at that point. I call the neighboring planets Mars, Venus, and they neighbor us. You know, they are our neighbors. Neighboring planet, let's just say Earth's close neighbors. That's why I call them that. Most associated with this petal, well, it's still Mars, you know. Why Mars? Mars is the concrete mind. Mars, concrete mind, and the senses. And the desire and aspiration, which lay the body upon the altar of desire. So Mars, I think, is the most important. Maybe it's sub-Mercury. Mars, okay? Mars, sub-Mercury. Because of all the learning that goes on here, and Mercury being a planet of conflict also and of sacrifice. The division of the planetary triplicity most associated with this petal, I guess I said Mars sub-Mercury. The thinking gets sharper, but for a different reason I'm offering this. What about the Sun-Moon polarity associated with this petal? It's still the Moon. The first four petals are still the Moon. The mental elemental is still lunar, and it relates to the sacral center, and the Moon, as the mother of the form, also relates to the sacral center. The Moon, the sensorium. Saturn, the brain. The Moon, in some respects, the brain, too. Other planets implicated, and the reasons for this implication. Well, I'm including Vulcan, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Uranus, Pluto, Moon. Am I leaving out Venus, Jupiter, Neptune? Let's see. Looks like, let's say, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune, Earth, not included yet. Vulcan, the driving force of circumstances. Spiritual will, unconsciously delivered, the hammer stroke of spiritual will, is more powerful than the free will of the individual. Circumstances drive you to sacrifice. See, whenever you're being pushed, pressured, forced, Vulcan is one of those planets. So all of this is a process understood as the lower reflection of spiritual will. Vulcan, pushing, pressuring, forcing, hammering you into place. Metal, you know, is quite resistant. When heated up, it is less resistant, but the real force of the hammer blow is there. Vulcan rules Virgo, so shaping up. The mind shapes the body. Someone put in here the stubbornness of the silent majority. Well, I'm not sure that the silent majority are really the lotuses of lower mind. They can be more, perhaps, involved in what we call the lotuses of passion and desire. Not the lotuses of lower mind, No. And also, that is a somewhat dated idea. There is not so much of an emphasis upon that anymore. It was kind of used some years ago to silent, innovative, or dissenting opinion. Anyway, Vulcan the hammer, driving the nail, I could say, in the coffin of sacrifice. The assembly line, Ray 7 keeps people doing the same thing. There is Ray 7 involved in Vulcan because of its connection to the mineral kingdom. Ray 7 involved with Vulcan because of its connection to the mineral kingdom and its rhythm. So let's get this straightened out. Okay. Ray 7. It's repetitive, this petal. The actions that have to be done, even the machines that are made, go through repetitive actions. Repetitiveness is somehow important here. The same task over and over again. Filling out the tax forms and so forth. The civil servants' work, it's not really, what shall I create this morning? Anyway, shaping the task-oriented mind. That's what Vulcan does. Vulcan was the servant of the mother. He served women. He was rescued by women. That was brought in. Vulcan related to the primary lotuses. There are separation problems with both parents. Vulcan was considered to be rather ugly and misshapen, though having a great love of beauty. He was the misshapen one, shaping beauty. He worked with and within the mineral kingdom, hence number 7, also number 1. He was the trusty smith. He was reliable. Wayland was another name for the Celtic smith. Okay, so Vulcan has an important role to play at this petal. Okay, then we take a look now at Mercury. In relation to this petal, ruler of Virgo, of course, and if we call these things lotuses of Manas or lotuses of concrete mind, concrete intellect, it fits. And also its involvement with sacrifice and the color yellow. Venus may be secondary. It's only that the fifth ray is getting stronger at this point. Venus, fifth ray orange, contributes, continues to increase in its power until the causal body is actually destroyed. Concrete mind, fifth ray. But there's also the possibility here of the appreciation of the arts, perhaps through the connection of Vulcan and Venus. So this is one of, all of the earth signs are involved in every earth sign petal. Vulcan and Venus together, the two rulers of Taurus, one of the majorly artistic signs in terms of fashioning form. The earth, well, I don't know, it's the body is earth, and this is the field of sacrifice, and we might say we're still applying mind to concretion, so mind is still being applied to that which is concrete and sensory. So the earth related to the senses. Well, Mars certainly is there. The driving force of circumstances, the altar of desire, low desire or aspiration, and also devotion. Mars related to the five senses and the concrete mind. Mars is active in all the first four petals of the personality because Mars represents the integrated, though rebellious, personality. We're told that Vulcan traps Mars and Venus in a net. Venus is supposed to be married to Vulcan, but she has an affair with Mars, and then Vulcan traps them. The concrete mind is trapped and shaped by the cultural factor. Mars is the concrete mind. That's one way of looking at it. But there's more to it. It's will and desire. Mars is desire and Vulcan is will. So, from another perspective, Mars, the concrete mind, Venus is culture, Vulcan is the forcing will. Perhaps an integration between all of these is needed. Venus is pretty much the ajna center, and Vulcan the will center at the top of the head. So these two have to be united. Mars has a generally lower place. About Jupiter, rather secondary, only involved perhaps in the synthesizing. The fact that it is a synthesizing, so gathering everything together into this tier. Saturn, yes, no free will, you must. You must sacrifice, you are compelled. The factor of duty is very big. Saturn is strongly on the third ray, and it also rules the concrete mind, and it's involved with keeping the structure going, keeping the structure of society going. Saturn always forces a conformity to the next requirements. So this is your duty, this is the next thing before you, this is the next thing to which you must conform. It forces you to give up your will to the collective and eventually to give up your will to the plan and to Sanat Kumara himself, who is in a way a representative of Saturn. So this is the nature of sacrifice. Your will is given up for the collective. At this time you hardly know why. Later under Saturn you do know why, because you know what the plan is. Uranus is here from the point of view of scientific mind, and Neptune is a sacrificial planet. But this is perhaps secondary. There's more a Saturnian sense of sacrifice than a Neptunian. In other words, doing your duty, and the duty leads to the sacrifice. And Saturn fits so well with the type of mind that is involved here, and Neptune does not. Neptune is related to Virgo, yes, in terms of the Christ consciousness, but we're not dealing with that right now. As for Pluto, yes, we are forced to sacrifice and lose our life. It is the ruler of Pisces, in a sense. It's certainly the ruler of Scorpio. And the consequences of the intense desire and aspiration that is found here is the loss of the vehicle. Servitude, yes. People don't like servitude. Who does? But they don't realize that the servitude to which they are compelled is the beginning of the ability to serve freely and creatively and according to one's nature. But the elementals are not in the habit of servitude. The blind elementals, perhaps they're members of the army of the voice, but they have a resistance to the kind of demands that are required in the upper part of by the upper part of a man's nature. So those are the planets. We've talked about Vulcan, the forcing, Mercury, the mind. Venus is just generally here all throughout, and it is the beginning of. It has an important mental component, but usually it's related to higher mind, and we're not really into higher mind yet. But there is the possibility of continuing the artistic impulse when two petals are open. Venus is necessary there. The Earth is the field of experience and the field of service. Mars for the forcing process. Saturn for the inescapable demands of a higher authority. Uranus for the scientific mind to a degree. or at least the practical, concrete though innovative mind. And I think I could put that here, Uranus, scientific mind, but also the innovative mind. And Neptune, it is a sacrificial planet. Pluto, though, you definitely lose the life. Your attachment to the body is in a way cut. And as I said before, at the second degree, your attachment to the astral body is cut. And the third degree, your attachment to the conventionally organized physical body is cut. The colors, I haven't really gotten into that, but it's not yet the orange ball of ambition. Although we are developing the mind, to such an extent that before long, ambition will be seen. We need this development. We need mind for ambition really to work. Mind for the success of ambition. And there, Capricorn is more top-down. In this particular petal, it forces you. It's not the desire to reach the top, which comes in more with individuality in the second petal. The musical notes, Fa and Mi. Well, let's see. Fa is the great green fundamental, and Mi is the note of Mercury, the yellow note. Well, at least it's the Mercury part. It has a Buddhic connotation, but we cannot speak a Buddhic connotation here. So, cannot speak of Buddhic connotation. All in the mind is concrete and deals with specific things. Intervals of music chord, well, we're not even at the interval of the third. The third gives you a personality, really. I suppose there has been, to a degree, well, the personality is always present in a way, but there is not an integrated personality yet. Crises, characteristic of this? Well, none of the Tibetans' crises. The crisis of duty to be performed regardless of consequence. It's a real Saturnian stay at your post kind of petal. Is there a cosmic law most associated with this petal? Again, the law of economy, not the law of attraction is involved in the second petal, but it's always the law of economy for this first tier because we're dealing with form. Law of economy, and it's also true that economics is forcing you to do many things which require sacrifice. Also, the security of your country or of your particular group is forcing you to do certain things. The sub-law here is synthesis. It is, after all, a kind of a third or synthesis petal at the end of every tier. The systemic law most associated with this petal, well, the law of fixation, disintegration, sacrifice, and death. The law of fixation, well, it's not necessarily a flexible mind. It has a crystallizing effect dealing with concrete things. Let's see. And deals with concretions. Law of disintegration is the third law. Maybe we cannot use this as the work is not yet done. Maybe not, I think. And the law of sacrifice and death is pretty obvious because that is what is required here for reasons not understood. Are there any soul laws involved here? Well, we haven't really moved into the second tier. There will always be, however, in the third petals a reflection of the law of sacrifice. But we are not identified with we don't recognize the pairs of opposites or the higher of the pairs of opposites. Maybe there's a little bit of in the later part of the third petal, working ahead into the second tier, we're going to recognize something of this higher of the pairs of opposites. But what we have here is, in a sense, the law of enforced sacrifice. So that's the only one I can think of. It's not magnetic impulse. It's not service. If there was such a thing as the law of servitude, perhaps we don't have yet the law of repulse, and we don't yet have the law of group progress. And as for the two higher laws, they are way beyond the pale. The astrological triangle most associated with this petal, well, Mars, Saturn, Pluto, Mars, Saturn, Mercury. If we look at Mars, Saturn, Pluto, the driving force of circumstances and the death that occurs because of this driving force of circumstances, and the resultant death. Mars, Saturn, Mercury, concrete mind, and the use of that concrete mind in all manner of mental application in the normal world of the senses. The senses and their extensions. We have to look at that. The sense of sight, seeing through the mind. It's not, quote unquote, a feely petal. It doesn't have the 2 and 6. It doesn't have the rose and the blue. Venus and Mercury are here for sight. One is beginning to see through the mind, and the common sense mind is formed, and that's a lot like seeing. This sight puts many things together. So we can say that this is the petal of common sense mentality. Yeah. So there's objectivity along with the sight. It's not a biased sight. Objectivity and is a very good word for petal 3. Not for all of it, but certainly for some. Yeah. Clairvoyance? Well, maybe not. The kind of clairvoyance that we are more likely to see is associated with petal 2 in the Atlantean stage. It's here with the color yellow that clairvoyance might be more likely to decrease. But then Virgo makes for the mental psychic, and there are mental psychic powers. I wonder how much this would be related to those. Not so much, I think. What about discrimination on the fourth subplane of the mental plane, or is it too early for the meaning of discrimination? I think so. Too early. Too early to discriminate between the personality and the soul. We don't even really yet have an integrated personality. We are starting to speak of discrimination of this from that, of course, and clearer distinctions ever are being made, and the mind can be quite separative and skeptical. Is it a synthesizing mind? Well, if it's a synthesizing mind, it synthesizes not in any philosophical sense. Synthesizing, if so, practical knowledge. course, there's a lot more to mind than practical knowledge, but at this point, I don't think we can expect much more. Some of the discrimination must arise at least from the fifth subplane of the mental plane. It's a lower monastic petal, and not a petal so much associated, PTL, with subplane 4, although there is a lot of Mercury there. Venus, with its fifth ray and its magnetism, is the divine connector. Interestingly enough, is it that kind of fifth ray? Well, I don't think that lower mind and higher mind are yet being connected here. I mean, such a person would not be inclined to meditate. Lower mind and higher mind are not yet being connected. What about the guna? You know, tamas, rajas, and sattva. Well, tamas for the tier as a whole. Rajas is still there with the driving force of circumstances and some material form of sattva, adapting yourself to circumstances intelligently, making the best of them, getting on with others, achieving harmony with your environment. Under fourth ray Mercury, poise, opportunism, achieving harmony for selfish purposes. It's a lower form of sattva, making the best of your circumstances by balancing them and harmonizing them. Is there any advanced theme here associated? Not really. You do need a good concrete mind to present an attribute, but the motive to do so comes later. From the greater constellational point of view, it says Pluto, but I'll bet that's supposed to be Pleiades. Somehow some things got lost in translation. It's not yet the Great Bear. It's not yet Sirius. It's still the source that induces the life of matter. No chelaship here yet. We're still in the book of form, and we're on the path of evolution, and not yet really of ambition, though we are understanding the mind as the source of ambition, because the mind helps you isolate yourself as a separate ego, lower ego, and then you begin to identify with it and want the best for it. The blended dual light of Gemini, perhaps we can talk of that. It's not blending the higher and lower pairs of opposites, but it's seeing the relationship between two things. I think it's a bit early for zodiacal light. The keynote from the angle of form, under Virgo, let matter reign. And interestingly, under Gemini, it would be let stability do its work. From the angle of the soul, I am the mother and the child. I God, I Mataram, but we're not really bringing together not only pairs of opposites, but a kind of triplicity. It's too early. The hands are important as organs of action, and maybe, and the feet to go learn. The head, with a voice, organs of excretion and of, let's see how this goes. So here from the light of the soul, it's page 157. This is what we need. So it's the LOS, law of sacrifice, light of the soul, Lower turn of the spiral. Better spell it out. Light of the soul, page 157. The 5 elements are there, including the ether, the 5 sense organs, the ear, the skin, the eye, the tongue, the nostrils. Those physical organs are channels through which identification with the tangible world becomes possible. The 5 organs of action: voice, hands, feet, excretory organs, and the organs of generation. Hands and feet mostly, maybe also, excretory organs, let's just say, that which you can sacrifice. Yes, possibly. Every sacrifice petal. Pluto, excretory organs, that which can be sacrificed. Not so much the voice, although, you kind of wonder about the army of the voice working here. Maybe working within the army of the voice. On the tangible level. But basically the hands and feet, I think, and maybe the sacrificial organ. The organs of generation, not so much here, much more in the second petal and the first petal, I think. The organs of receptivity, ear, skin, the eye, the tongue, the nostrils. I think especially the eye. The alchemical journey, I'll just leave that to those who really know. With the tarot, not sure. The Mercury card is the Fool, and it doesn't seem to fit well here. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, the Lovers, maybe not. The Chariot, not quite. The Strength of the Lion, not quite. The Hermit, not really. Judgment, no. Death, no. Well, the Death card, perhaps the Scorpio, or Death card. There is Temperance, no. The Devil. Well, the mind is the slayer of the real. The Capricorn or Devil card. I don't know. The Star of what's it called, Aquarius, and I'm not sure what the Pisces card will be. Is it the World? Let's see. Pisces card in the tarot. So here we have some of the tarot deck. I think the Empress is, let's see, we have here the High Priestess. I think it is in some ways related to Venus. Maybe the Empress is Venus. The Emperor is the Aries. The Hierophant, giving light, Taurus. The Lovers, yes, Gemini. The Chariot, Cancer. Strength, the Lion. The Hermit, Virgo. Then we have Justice for Libra and Death for Scorpio. Sagittarius, Temperance. The Devil card, interestingly, Capricorn. Uranus, more the blasted tower. Star, Aquarius, and the Moon may be connected with Pisces, possibly. Anyway, the Sun card is number 19, Judgment, the Judgment Day. The World seems to be the last of the trump cards, and others are related to lesser cards. So are there any particular, probably we could find different connections here. But I don't see anything that, Virgo is there. The Lover is not necessarily. Maybe the Virgo card. The Blasted Tower, well, the sacrifices are involved for sure. I don't think there's a one-to-one correlation here. I'll think about that a little bit more later. I don't think the Moon and Pisces, though, should go together. I wonder if Judgment or the World should be considered more the Pisces card of the Tarot. Let's just see Pisces card in the Tarot, and we'll see what it seems to offer. Okay. And for some reason it wants to put it into the Finnish language. I don't want that to happen. Pisces personality, Pisces, etc. Well, anyway. The Eightfold Path, we're not there yet. The mental chakras, I would say yes. We are dealing with some of them. The lower mental chakras, related to lower mind. Lower mental chakras to lower mind. And the 8 means of yoga, the commandments, really not the Beatitudes. Let's get these 8 means of yoga into here. I think that would be important. I think with the 8 means of yoga, we have especially yama, the commandments, and niyama, the rules. Harmlessness, truth to all beings, abstention from theft, that would go very much with stage of adaptation number 2. Incontinence, petal 1, petal 2. Abstention from avarice, petal 2 again, in the Atlantean days. Some of petal 3 possibly. But especially found before the human being takes himself, herself in hand. When it comes to the universal duty, commandments are yama. Yama, or the 5 commandments, constitute the universal duty. And let's see, it looks like these are the 5 commandments, the universal duty. Then we have the rules, internal and external purification. That's not really happening yet. Contentment, not happening. Fiery aspiration, not in the spiritual sense necessarily. Spiritual reading and devotion to Ishvara, no, they are not really happening. Not yet. Okay. Thoughts contrary to yoga are falsehood, harmfulness, falsehood, theft, incontinence, and avarice. And so our duty is to abstain from these things. Okay. The Beatitudes, until we've really repented, no. The advanced themes of meditation, no. The 15 councils, well, we are having some thought form building going on here, definitely. But man is not yet taking himself in hand in terms of spiritual purification, so they do not apply. Neither do the 15 rules of white magic. So I think we can leave there are probably some Sephirotic correlations. I won't get into that right now. Celestial orders and tribes, no. None of those things, I think, for the moment. One can extend it further if one wishes. So the next things that I will do is spend a little time dealing with special comments that may have occurred in relation to this third petal. Okay. This then is the last section, and I'll, go over some of them. This is sort of a collection of comments that ends every one of these the more systematic approaches. In relation to the third petal, and I think, make sure I can gather this together. Right. Okay. The bracket. So there's a comment about people in certain countries where in the good old days it was wonderful, but now it's work, 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 work all the time. Well, family, children should have a better chance and so forth. So, there is, maybe there was always some sort of parental sacrifice. It always goes with having children from the very earliest days to protect and so forth. But now, in many places, it's triply hard. We seem, in some ways, the natural way of life seems left behind with this petal of sacrifice. Well, you have to work 14 hours a day at the company, that kind of thing, working all the time. Virgo is labor, and Mars is hard labor. And then we have the whole question of slavery. If you think about being forced into servitude, is the ultimate forced into servitude. Captured, shipped abroad, sold, and slavery is not gone in our world today, not by any means. Someone was observing that the Muscovites, Moscow walked very fast, no smile, So the Sagittarius part is here. One becomes very one-pointed, very serious. Even though exhausted, one must work. So this seems to be the general principle. What happens to the joy life? The Industrial Revolution has forced a great deal of this, but remember, this was the pressure of Shambhala. So it's like many people were brought from a more natural life in the second petal. In just a few, in 100 years, they were brought into this kind of slavery to productivity. I think about how when Stalin realized the danger that he and Russia were in, this incredible forced industrialization. China had also a forced industrialization. These were disciples of Shambhala forcing the issue, Stalin and Mao. So we're not just talking about war, but economy and industrialization as well. So many hardships occurred in the United States as well during this period of the robber barons and increasing industrialization. There were protest novels written. I'm remembering The Jungle, about the meat packing industry. We have this, even a possible repeat of this. The days of the robber barons are gone, but if society allowed it, they would return, because what's called the predator elite would try to seize all the resources and make economic slaves of people. There has not been sufficient development of morality to avoid that. So the globalization factor is operating, sending work being sent abroad, outsourced. In certain countries, we don't have the same type of hard labor, but it is returning. as India and China are finding their place, and they're both first-ray countries, and so it will have a big impact on the world labor force. We are really talking about, in a way, the labor force. And the conditions of labor and the sacrifices involved. We're talking also about a future period of added leisure where through technical improvements man can cultivate himself. But we're not quite there yet, and there will always be the need for a sacrifice petal. The sacrifice will simply have to come in another way. So how long will it take, do we think, the bulk of humanity to really develop this third petal? And, well, we're talking about millions of years and another round, even. And another round, into the fifth round. So, why should it take 10 million years? Well, that's just for some. And then there are those behind the lotuses of passion and desire who are developing this, or will have to develop this. The lotuses of Brahman and the Brahmic lotuses, so many millions will have to go through this. And how will the sacrifice then be made? Because there are certain ingredients in the development of any human being which simply have to be there. When have you ever become less through sacrifice? Master Morya says, well, we cannot say, well, now there is no sacrifice. No, there's no way forward except through sacrifice, which is such an occult statement and one which people really reject. So if we're going to have true individuality, it depends upon this willingness to acquiesce to the fate of sacrifice. To the fate of sacrifice, without necessarily consciously knowing why. But perhaps the whole standard of human knowledge will increase, because always discipleship rises to a higher turn of the spiral, and people will begin more to know why. How can the spiritual kingdom merge with the human kingdom in 2,000 years if there's only second petal humanity? Well, I don't really think the human and spiritual kingdoms will completely merge for all people. It's a question of consciousness, isn't it? And one of our members said that a three-petaled humanity is needed for a better effort, a better effect to be created when hierarchy merges and starts influencing humanity more under more mental understanding. So it is important that the lotuses of passion and desire, the bulk, really raise their mental standard. DK has made a prediction of when this will take place, and when, let's take a look at this, because I think I just want to make sure I'm quoting correctly. I think it's about when they will have opened that petal. They have two petals open and unfolded, and the third is for them at this time, the object of their attention. Many will succeed in unfolding it. This is not about being on the path. This is about simply unfolding the third petal before the seventh root race of this round. That means by the end of the sixth. And the sixth root race is a 10 million year process. But the bulk will not unfold it until the second root race of the next round, which is, I suspect, well before the Judgment Day, and will stand ready before the close of the round to pass on to the probationary path, having unfolded one tier and organized the second. And that is kind of an interesting idea about when one really passes upon the probationary path. This is, for DK, the time of the probationary path. The organization, the complete unfoldment of the first and the organization of the second. I wonder whether, okay, I wonder really whether some unfoldment of the fourth and fifth petals will not be needed for the passing on the probationary path. I suspect it is so. This is when DK says the path of probation begins. And will stand ready before the close of the round to pass on to the probationary path, having unfolded one tier of petals and organized the second. But of course, it's not really initiation per se, a lesser initiation of a type. And I'd like to make this bigger so that it really stands out for us. If people in the old days were devoted, how can the bulk of humanity come to the third petal quickly so that the hierarchy really has something to work with? So cooperation of a more mental kind can eventuate. Well, I think the idea is here that it will not be quick. And hierarchy will only be able to work consciously with those who know something about the work of the second tier. Okay, let's see. STR. Now, there are all kinds of difficulties occurring in the third world, but no time for leisure. It's all part of a larger process, all part of a larger preparatory process. Shambhala gets involved through its disciples and forces issues. You know, we have Vulcan being so important there. First ray Vulcan connected with Shambhala. Slavery can be, it is a horrible thing, very horrible thing. Whether it is through the captivation of the body or through economic captivation, can it have behind it all a larger purpose? Of course, it cannot be allowed, but in those instances where it was, it did happen, can it have some kind of purpose in the long run which under pressure will advance those who have been enslaved, whether economically, as is now the case in the East very much, and may be increasingly the case in the West, or whether in that grosser form of slavery where your body is held captive and your will is enforced. These are not pleasant things. But it's kind of like, you know, with some of this servitude, we have what we might call paying our dues. Okay, so then another class came in, sacrifice on the physical plane. Mind is coming in more formally. It's a pre-personal will, in a sense. Personality happens a bit later. You respond to a will which reflects the spiritual will. And you don't know it. That's the thing. See, here in the West, I think we've been privileged with a teaching like this, and many of us are ready to take another step, and we are certainly very individual. And we've gone through a lot of fifth petal process to make our individuality what it is, and we've begun to start correcting it on the path of probation and offering it up in service with our work in the sacrifice petals per se. Just think of it, the transition. Think of the transition between the sacrifice, the love sacrifice petal, and then all the three sacrifice petals. All the three. So it's really strikes me here. We have four petals of sacrifice. Okay, let's see how this goes. Petals of sacrifice. Okay, I'm going to make this an abbreviation. I believe it is important. Bear with me. Petals of sacrifice. 4 in a row. So after the first initiation, which sees 5 petals completely unfolded, the next 4 to unfold will be sacrifice, will be petals of sacrifice. Sacrifice knowledge, sacrifice love, sacrifice sacrifice. So there's a lot about the path on ahead where one has the choice to have no choice. One has the choice to have no choice. In the later petals, if all is to be properly fulfilled, and all of this is because our planetary logos is behind in his time and space schedule. One is forced to give something away, must do as the stern commander. My teacher always used to say that. I've elaborated on that idea earlier. We have here the synthesis of the 3 lower petals. The indigo is involved. Grouping of all accomplishments in the world of experience, of the senses. They are now, a good instrument. A good instrument of intelligence is available to the lotuses of lower mind. Desire is definitely transmuted into aspiration to help with the leap forward into the second tier. And think of those great leaps forward and all the casualties of personalities in the process. But maybe for the entire country, something was accomplished. Uranus, the planet of transmutation. Transmutation, and I think I should have mentioned that, when desire is transmuted into aspiration, as it will eventually be. Aspiration need not be for a spiritual factor. Aspiration need not be for a clearly spiritual, subtle factor, but simply for something better. And Venus is also the alchemist, so if we have thought that maybe Uranus and Venus did not have so much to do with petal number 3, Venus and Uranus have something to do with the higher process in petal 3. Lots of yellow here for the light in the mind. Harmony achieved through sacrifice. That is an interesting idea. Both the law of sacrifice is there. Mercury yellow and the harmony of the fourth ray, and yellow the harmonizing color. So this is one of those ideas, I think, to ponder on. Harmony achieved through sacrifice. Working, it's something larger than oneself. Always at the third petal of any tier, one is presented with something larger than oneself, and sometimes one might understand it or not, but one is obliged to acquiesce to it. It's always in preparation for real concentration within the next tier. So service is being taught here through servitude. That's a familiar idea right now. There's certain places where if you assert yourself too strongly, you will lose your job. And just doing that in the armed services, and you can have a court-martial or be dishonorably discharged and so forth. Now the whistleblowers are interesting. These have more the Uranian vibration, and they are against the routine, which grinds all down. They don't want to be hemmed in by the bad old ways and by Saturn. So this is all the work. The nice, good people have not yet learned to work in this way. So the more, sort of the 2.5s, we might say. And here, the Lotuses of Lower Mind are 3.0. I mean, this is not accurate, but it's just to give us sort of a mental peg to hang our thought upon. The nice, good people. Aha, I like that. The NGP. There's something economical about that? Something about national growth or product? NGP. And we'll call it the nice, good people. Sometimes it's better to be a nice, good person than kind of what passes for an esotericist these days, One can do one's job a lot better as a nice, good person. I mean, be doing well in that level and failing as an esotericist, as we all know the possibility. So the NGP, nice, good people, do not have the same mental acumen. And the Lotuses of Lower Mind are less emotional, let's say, and they don't let the feelings get in the way of doing your job. Let's just say they are not deflected from the sacrifice by their emotions. So, we've said the same thing in various ways. I'll do it if it kills me, right? Regardless of how I feel about it, I have to do it. That's already a step, isn't it? This represents a step. A step. And moving beyond Kama Manas, where with Kama Manas, we can say that emotion will oftentimes interfere with a mental directive. Oftentimes interfere with a mental directive. So we have more dutiful, and if we are more dutiful, we are more Saturnian. Saturn is not really such a big petal such a big planetary influence in the second petal. I mean, there is conformity there to the community standards in the in the second petal, in the second there is conformity to community standards, whatever that community might be. Well, here's the word something. Not sure what that is. Okay. So when personality gets into the act, Manas may return, because there's a connection there with the personality and the astral body, something about the personality in the solar plexus, personality related to solar plexus. We have all kinds of examples that we've looked at before. You see them. You can't get off work because you don't feel like coming. Okay. So wouldn't you say Saturn is here, Capricorn 2, a new level of responsibility from which, fortunately, you cannot escape, and your physical vehicle may be broken in the process. And I'm thinking about, the people, I'm just thinking about this new, maybe it's always been there, but it seems to be emerging in the public mind now, the emergence of economic slavery. I'm thinking about how the people are forced into the mines, and terrible accidents happen, and how they are, it was, you think about all the people that were brought over from Africa, they were forced to work on these cotton plantations. But even now, the migrant workers are forced. And, it seems a terrible thing. But as DK said, we are unconscious. We are unconscious of the idea that, of the idea that servitude precedes service. And, it's such an unpopular idea. I mean, nobody wants to be in servitude, but somehow servitude will find its way to exist, even in a more leisurely age, maybe with better understanding, but we just cannot avoid the sacrifice of the lower for the higher. And it's not always a willing and pleasant process. So enforcement is a big deal here. The first here then becomes the foundation for progress. Have you seen smart and disintegrated people? Yeah. One sees that all the time. Where there's just such uneven development, there's no solid foundation. And terrible things can happen there too. So there's the synthesizing here of physical plane experience, and one can, by the time, let's just say, by the time one is a Lotus of Lower Mind, one can really handle the physical plane. Is it possible to have somehow gone, to have missed some of these developmental stages? I guess it is, or to be so concentrated in that which is higher that one ignores the little bit of attention, at least, that has to be paid to the lower levels. It depends on the country and the time, and also on the rays. So following synthesis, a new development is indicated or necessitated, and this is always the case. I mean, here's look at the synthesis of the causal body, and then its destruction with the new possibilities, abilities offered. So the 3-5 connections are occurring here, but lots of ray 1. There's hardly a lengthy petal process. There isn't, where all the rays don't have to be involved in some way. They will reach. I mean, you can't have a physical object with only two dimensions. All the rays will reach. And we just have to understand how they do so, whether astrologically mediated or through a ray chart or whatever. Here, you're not going to have the first and second ray through the ray chart because you don't really yet have a really integrated personality. So there is still extroverted, let's just say, in terms of, in terms of consciousness. So these first three petals are, from the consciousness point of view, petals of extroversion. From the consciousness point of view, which does not mean that you will not, in Atlantis, A-T-L-T, Atlantis, oh, golly, Atlantis exploring the astral plane. Exploring the astral plane. You may well indeed, but that's still extroversion. Extroversion in consciousness is anything which does not consider the higher of the pairs of opposites. It's not subjectivity which considers the higher of the pairs of opposites, and the soul is subjective, the astral plane is not. And also, in the question, why is this happening to me? Well, under Saturn and Capricorn, you can be reasoning your way into the law of karma. And you can begin to maybe realize what that is, and that can turn you inward. This reasoning can turn you inward. I'm remembering a book recently, maybe written by a rabbi, possibly when bad things happen to good people. Well, it didn't take necessarily the karmic point of view from what I understand. I mean, the point of view of classical occultism, but it gets people thinking, questioning yourself. You begin to lean inward, and the last of the fifth human group comes in here with the beginning of the sixth. From the time, if you are going to be a successful writer and thinker, you have to turn inwards and eventually discover something in yourself which is a higher part of yourself, even if you don't give it the occult name. So all of this turns out to be the basis for personality development. Physical, emotional, mental. Mind is important, Manas is important, very important for development of personality. Taking place on the fourth subplane of the mental plane. Mind is pivotal here. Mind, in a way, is primary for man. So the first tier is, in a way, the school of hard knocks, especially P1. And it's the 700 of the 70 and the 7. The first three petals are the 700 incarnations, we would say. The 70 have more to do with intelligent participation in the world of affairs, and the 7 have to do with developments in the fifth petal, I suppose, which put a man on the path of aspiration, or the probationary path. The 7 doesn't really reach into the sacrifice petals. So we're rising. We have a basis for our ascent. We enter that phase where we realize that we exist In a higher sense, I think because I am. I am because I think. You need self-observation, and not only the observation of the not self. So, all of these transitions, they don't take place overnight, and maybe if you were to look at 2 lives, compare them, you might not see much. But maybe if you were to look at 5 lives, you would really see the change. And, may that perspective be ours, because it will certainly help us be better psychologists, and we'll be able to tell where people actually are and assist them with the next step ahead. I think, basically DK's wonderful letters to his students were wonderful in no small part because he really knew and could see their next step ahead and was helping them find it, helping them even discover it for themselves. You cannot give all, says Master Morya, because to give all is to put on chains, he says. So in this petal, we are the mind, yes, but not the observer of the mind. In other words, we do not have we have not yet achieved the higher point of observation. Not yet. Okay, another class. The driving force of circumstance, of course, Saturn, Capricorn, Virgo. The outer thing forces conformity to a standard where your own comfort is no longer the main objective. I think we all have to pass through that. DK defines service in a way that demands much sacrifice of time and interest. Now, so many of us are very happy about our connection with the ageless wisdom because it offers endless promise. But, in Gemini, well, I'm really happy I thought about this now. Because Gemini has labors which demand sacrifice. Helping Prometheus and helping Atlas. And let's just say Hercules has to slow down his pursuit. So allow me here to go up a bit, and if I don't run into real trouble, I might find Gemini. There's so many things being done here. Another really important, another very important Gemini fact. Sacrifice of time and interest in the helping of Prometheus and Atlas. Yes, and so it fits. So Gemini really does fit with the sacrifice petal. Really does fit with this petal, PTL, of sacrifice. PTL OS. Well, I'm determined to find every kind of abbreviation. All right. No, there we go. I understand it. I have to do it this way. Excuse me for the moment. I'm, for a moment, sacrificing your time. I hate to do it, but might give you a moment to breathe. Petal of sacrifice. Okay, that's one. this particular petal of sacrifice. So, and I'm going to go up even further because certain things just stand out to me as really, really important. And I'm not having necessarily, I'm not able to highlight them in a manner that is sufficiently noticeable. All right, that I'm happy to have recognized that. A few times I have a flashing recognition, and I know it's really important. All right, so the Atlanteans then were pretty self-indulgent by comparison, and that is the case with those who are Atlantean peddlers, lotuses of emotion. We don't actually have, let's see, L-O-E-S. Let's try that. I like that. We'll have it L-O-E-S, and we'll call this Lotuses of Emotion. That's one way. We could have called it sentiency or something. Emotion. I hope I'm spelling that correct. Sometimes it seems like a long way to the computer. Lotuses of Emotion. And we'll make one as well with just L-O-E. And that's the law of economy, so that won't work. L-O-E-M. And we'll call this Lotus of Emotion. Okay. Well, anyway, it's nice to have a good old time in Atlantis and not have too much Saturn to drive your time. Let's just say Saturn is maybe not so strong as to be the time driver that it is in Petal 3. So we'll put that in here. Well, this collection of thoughts as we worked together and tried to reach some kind of synthesis, there were commonalities in every class and some differences. So there's not a lot of wiggle room in Petal 3. Not here, and not a lot of, quote, wiggle room. So, the people not knowing why feel they are between the old saying, between a rock and a hard place. And obviously it's Vulcan and Saturn. They are constructive members of society by and large. You have to understand that negative people have to be found in any of these petals. We're talking pretty much about the good people. There are negative people in all petals doing bad things. But naturally, DK is not going to emphasize that. These things are done because of cleavage between the individual and his society and surroundings. There's some extremely separative attitudes being displayed. I mean, what does it take to feel very happy about oneself when you kidnap 300 young girls from their school in the middle of the night and threaten to sell them into slavery, sex slavery? What does it take? What petal is that man and those people working in? There's a lot of very primitive ideas, but maybe there, certain idées fixes, I suppose, can occur in Petal 3. But we have, in religions, we have fixations in religion, and we have a fixated mind, So if you capture 300 girls, and sell them, it's a perversion. but there is a fixed idea supported by fanaticism. So, it's a combination of Petal 2 and 3, and maybe some of the people involved are already quite selfish, integrated personalities. Ray 6 will come through in this petal because there will be the altar of desire and aspiration, but desire nonetheless. Swept by circumstances, do as you're told, and you cannot change your circumstances. That is interesting. Some people maybe rise over their circumstances under this influence. So maybe some rise over circumstances. And that too will require sacrifice. In other words, a petal of great exertion. The Mars is definitely strong. So, but one is more driven than driving. One is conditioned. So the conditioning is combining with lack of personality integration, and one is usually not strong enough in an individual sense to rise over the circumstances. They themselves cannot decide. As I said before, theirs is not the reason why, theirs is but to do and die. This is the Tennyson poem. They internally are not the standard. Something external is the standard. Well, it may be a reflection of the spiritual will, but it seems external to the degree of psychological development which has so far happened. This petal is tied into the belief system of the collective, mass consciousness, what the collective believes, and, I can see a lot of dogmatism can come here. I think, I'm so used to thinking of the positive things. One time we should get a group together and think about, well, what are the negativities that can really occur in this petal, where people can justify for themselves such horrible things, or in Petal 2 for that matter. I mean, there were terrible abuses in Atlantis, but again, you see, they were often controlled by people who had come in with the number of petals open and had reached the stage of dominance. I don't think that for Petal 2 or Petal 3 the stage of dominance is really being reached, but of course these people can be regimented, and maybe some can be regimented by dogmatism and invest their sense of self in the dogmatism. So some invest their sense of self in the dogmatism, and then fight fanatically to preserve this because of ide fix. Anyway, it is still the beginning of the Aryan consciousness. I mean, all of these abuses that are happening today are happening in Aryan times. And many people have an Aryan enough mentality in their consciousness to make it effective. So Mercury, skill, service, they're all theirs. Someone was talking about the Asperger's syndrome and the autistic spectrum, people who are quite bright but no capacity to understand emotionally. We would ask, are primary lotuses included here? Possibly. Because the second petal is shut. That's quite a word, shut. So, yeah, I asked that. So what people in the world have to do their job, the industrial factory worker, intelligence is required, repetition. There's a lot of repetition in this petal. So the regimentation of repetition. And let's say not much thinking for yourself. It's not a petal of originality. Okay. Regimentation. The regimentation of repetition. And I want to put that, in whatever color red this is. It seems to be what I'm using. And, again, still going on in third world countries. I read recently, all those women forced back into the building with cracks in the walls, and then it collapsed. And that's a real sacrifice. They're afraid of losing their jobs for their family, and the bosses forcing them back in. Obviously, capital and labor here again, but just a terrible thing. That's a real third petal kind of event. So those for the women, that was circumstance demanding sacrifice. Law of economy is here. Virgo is the work. And things have changed. This is the industrial, not revelation, but revolution. No, revelation, I see. The East now are becoming the industrialists. We are providing the services. There's a lightning etherealization going on in the West. And some of the heavy things now are moving to the East. This looking after machines, that could happen in this petal. The labor movement could happen in this petal, and that's where we talked about 3 petals open and the union worker. 3 petals open and the union worker and his group. The example that DK uses of this lower kind of initiation, but still a kind of initiation. So Asia is getting more power because we are more selfish and wanting too much, and that can be a real corruption, point of corruption. Our lunar vehicles want a lot, and we're no longer willing to sacrifice. So let's just say that maybe some people in our society who should be going through the Petal 3 experience do want to skip over it. It's not a very pleasant thought. I suppose in the past all of us have been worked in some extraordinary manner. We just think about the abuses of the 19th century, how we had to, run the machines, the paper mills, the meat packing industry, just one abuse after another, and no choice because no other economic opportunity existed. Well, we're certainly in the need for a change of values. Our Earth cannot sustain our present approach. Greed is causing a huge imbalance. Greed causing a huge imbalance. Globalization is all part of this, and we have to find a new and better way. As humanity moves into this petal, there have to be better ways to learn this type of sacrifice. Ways that are not destroying the planet. So I'm not sure what this means, all a part of my body, I'm not sure. Here sometimes I wrote quickly. But the whole economic and military sphere is here involved, the whole solving of the problem, of the problem between the third ray personality of the Earth and its second ray soul. We can't solve it in the old third ray way. in the old third ray way. Yeah, I'm going to try another TDRY. I'm more likely to write it because the resources of the earth are finite, and we have developed the technological power to see our finiteness. We have DVPD, the technological power to see from the moon our finiteness. You know, one of the I'm remembering the one European master works with the labor movement and the revolution of the proletariat. Well, let's make that, sorry for my spelling here. Revolution of the proletariat is connected with the Virgo aspect of this petal. And communism as well. And this is humanity's thought along the Ray 3 line. Because DK said communism came from humanity, democracy from hierarchy, monarchy from Shambhala. So to solve the problem of the worker, to solve the problem of capital and labor. Now obviously different petals relate perhaps to different problems of humanity. And the problem of capital and labor has a close connection with Petal 3. Maybe problem of the churches with Petal 2. I'm not sure we have any problems particularly. We don't have the bulk of people found still in Petal 1. The psychological rehabilitation of the nations, this is further on. Let's see. Here we might have problems of humanity, and does it give us anything about what these problems are? You know, usually we don't have a good table of contents here. So psychological rehabilitation takes more sophistication, and it has to come from people who are higher up. The problem of the children is the educational problem, and that's a third petal issue. So let's see, problems of capital and labor, Petal 3, problems of churches, problem of the children. This is Petal 3. And of course, good education would take us further that way, further into the higher part of the petals. I hate to do it this way. I know there are better ways to do it. But I'm just interested here. Capital and labor we have discussed. It's really a third ray issue. Problem of racial minorities. Well, and again, I think a lot of Petal 2 is going into that. If we can get over our parochialisms, that's a big question. And because the religions are connected. And the problem of religions, I think, is very much a Petal 2 issue. The problem of the churches, Petal 2, I think. And I think is the Jewish problem here, as he discusses it, the problem of the regenerated churches. These are smaller characteristics. I wish I had my book handy. International unity. It's a higher type of problem of international unity. Later petals. Later petals and the realization that we have right human relations are really necessary. Also the problem of the Jews, their integration into the world, which is already happening, of course. It's hard to locate that particularly. It may have something to do with Petal 3, but it's more the problem of the third ray and the second. So a problem of the personality of humanity and its soul, and the personality of the planet and its soul. Anyway, the problems of humanity, I think I would like to be able to discuss those perhaps in relation to the petals that we are talking about, because these problems really have to be solved. When I was in India and Nepal and, Tibet also, I had not been to that part of the world, and one just cannot believe how the people are forced to live by their circumstances. It's such a environmental challenge. On the highways, the blue smoke pouring forth out of the motorcycles and the mopeds and the cars that have not been fixed forever. Breathing this poisonous air and choking on the dust. And, obviously the basic standards that we consider basic not able to be met by the people. All of these things really have to be solved. It's a problem of the moonshane types, who by now are, many of them, focused in the second tier, but maybe stopping at the selfish level, and the problems of the earth chain humanity. So under Aquarius, Aquarius has its connection with the third petal. So learning how to circulate the goods of the earth, thoughts, ideas, techniques, in other words, all of value circulating, but proportionally. In other words, you can't give everything to everyone. Otherwise, the hierarchy would dump on us here's the 5 initiations for you, so we're not in any position to use it. So one has to learn to give, using the mind, how to give proportionately. And that is, again, not so easy. A great deal of wisdom is needed. And, obviously we began to speculate here because the newer forms of energy are needed, and that will bring in all the possibilities of what can be achieved scientifically at this third petal. Newer forms of energy, engineered by the scientific types in petal 3, and things will change accordingly, and a new civilization will give us more advantage. But as I say, sacrifice will come one way or another. We need energies now which are not of the substance of the earth, so the solar techniques and the energies of the atom given in a new way. So the next group of petals are about those who cultivate themselves, the individual phase, the love petals of the astral plane. Okay, friends, I think that is what I can say. I know there's a lot said, and probably if we were to sort it all out, it could be systematized. I've done my best with what I have under the time circumstances. Circumstances have forced me to do this. Well, not really, but time is circumstance. And time is a great prod. The pressure of time. I do think, I think I should put this in here. At Petal 3, the pressure of time really enters. And I'll say that now, we're going to move on to Petal 4. Maybe a couple of days remain to me here before some other things have to be done, and I have to take a little break. And hopefully remember, the continuity, because I'm learning a lot as I do this, and I hope you are too. Certain things really stand out as being important. So this will be the end of Egoic Lotus webinar commentary, program 37. Let's say 4 hours. Program 37, Egoic Lotus webinar commentary, synthesis of Petal 3, part 2, and 4 hours and 17 minutes. I think that's about 4 hours and 17 minutes. Yep, I think that's where we are, friends. I know these are long programs, but I'm only hoping that they will be of some value to some people in the general cause of spreading the knowledge of the ageless wisdom wherever one can find a response. Okay, we'll see you for the beginning of program program 38. The synthesis of Petal 4. And whether it's part 1 or part 2, I don't know, but there it will be. 4 hours and no accepted disciples. 4 hours, 17 minutes. And now it's 18 minutes. A nice, convenient time for your average YouTube slot. Okay. See you soon. Bye-bye.